My name is Tzvi Novick. I teach in the Department of Theology at the University of Notre Dame. Welcome everybody to this conference, Nostra Aetate, in their age and in ours. We're going to begin with some opening remarks, beginning with recorded remarks from Cardinal Pierbattista Pizzaballa. I'm going to set that to go, and then we'll introduce another. Welcome to the speeches.
Dear friends, the Lord be with you. First of all, I need to apologize for not being with you in this important gathering, meetings and symposium about Nostra Aetate. I am in Rome for important annual discussions with several dicasteries and the Pope Leo about the life of the Church and several issues. 6 years ago, Nostra Aetate created a lot of news, turned the page, created a new atmosphere of relations between the different religions, especially between Jewish world and the Catholic Church. And as I said, there are some difficulties to receive it in some part of the life of the Church. Even in the Middle East, it wasn't easy. And even today, in some part of the Church, especially the so-called traditionalists, they consider this document about the religious freedom and others also very problematic. But anyway, since then, the relations between the Catholic Church and the Jewish world grew and produced wonderful documents and created a totally new atmosphere in the relations between the Jewish world and the Catholic Church. We are thankful for all of this. It was very, very necessary, very important. It seems that after 60 years, we also have to turn the page to start. We have to start a new phase in relations among us, taking into consideration the difficulties that we had recently connected above all about what happened 7 October 33 in south of Israel, Kibbutzim, by Hamas, and also what happened also in Gaza, consequently. But I'm sure that despite the misunderstandings, the dialogue will continue. Now we have the instruments. 60 years ago maybe we didn't have, but now we have instruments. And we have all what is necessary, all the tools that could help us to turn the page and to continue without forgetting the misunderstandings, but we have the tools that will help us to understand why we have all the difficulties, the reasons, and also how to improve, how to go on, to continue. The world needs, the Church, first of all, the Church needs this dialogue. Is constitutive of the identity of the Catholic Church. We cannot be complete without these relations, especially this relation with the Jewish world. But all the world is waiting for us. The concept of relation, the concept of human being, dignity of human being, equality among all the human beings over the world, the social issues, and many other issues that are at stake now, that are part of the big discussion about the future of next generations. They need also some reflection. They need also religious able to present and to give the criteria, to understand, to interpret, and also to establish the rules of common life relations among peoples and nations for the future. And we need to continue a dialogue, not just to talk each other about ourselves, but also how to contribute for a better world and to correct what is wrong. Tikkun Olam is something is common to all of us. So I hope that from this symposium we can have also we pastors who have relations with the community, we can have some insights, some thoughts, some ideas that could help us to better serve our respective communities. Thank you and God bless.
I'd like to thank Cardinal Pizzaballa for his willingness to send those remarks, recorded apparently very recently, sent at 5 o'clock this morning, so we appreciate his commitment to our undertaking here, despite his inability to be here in person. Next, I'd like to call upon Bishop Rafic Nahra, the Patriarchal Vicar for Israel, and the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem, to offer his own opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. I have been asked to say a few words of welcome at this conference. I'm pleased to do so, but I speak after my Patriarch. I am his auxiliary, so I will not be on. First, I would like to express my gratitude to those who took the initiative to organize this conference to commemorate and celebrate the 60th anniversary of Nostra Aetate, a very important turning point in the history of the Catholic Church's relationship with the Jewish people. At the same time, I remember when Professor Tzvi Novick wrote to me almost a year ago to inform me about the project of this international conference. We were in the middle of the war with Gaza that had already taken a heavy toll in human lives and property and had caused huge suffering to many people on both sides. I answered him expressing my worries, because I was well aware that the war had deeply affected, among others, the relationship between the State of Israel and the Catholic Church. I feared it wouldn't be easy to reflect together, Jews and Catholics, peacefully about Nostra Aetate in such a period. But Tzvi answered me, indeed, this is a difficult time to reflect back on Nostra Aetate. But perhaps for that same reason, it's all the more important. And deep inside, I knew you were right. So, thanks again to the organizers of this initiative. To further reinforce what I have just said about the difficult circumstances which should not prevent us from advancing in dialogue, it is important to remember that the decision of the Church 60 years ago to change in such a deep way its approach to the Jewish people was not made in an easy period. Since it was less than 20 years after the foundation of the State of Israel, and the political situation in the Middle East was very tense. Nevertheless, despite several political obstacles, the Catholic Church and its head, Pope John XXIII, decided to go forward in this project because the need they felt for a change was not political in nature but religious. The Church had come to recognize that the teaching of contempt, permitted for years and even centuries and ingrained in the spiritual thinking of many Christians, is incompatible with the essence of the Christian faith. It had to be replaced by a new discourse and a renewed attitude that aligns with the message of the Holy Scriptures. This is how Nostra Aetate was born. In the 60 years that followed the Council of Vatican II, many steps were taken to implement the teaching of Nostra Aetate, so that it doesn't remain just a piece of paper. So there were mutual visits, efforts to change thought patterns and to foster positive teachings about Judaism in the Catholic institutions, the establishment of full diplomatic relationships between Israel and the Vatican, and many other initiatives. This progress cannot and will not be halted by the Catholic Church, even though tense periods may arise, such as in the last 2 years when the Church took positions not against the Jewish people, but in reaction to political decisions it deemed dangerous, and likely to have dramatic consequences for both Israeli and Palestinian populations, as well as for the entire Middle East. Anyway, the quality of the relationship between the Church and Israel does not depend exclusively on the goodwill of the Church. It depends also on the goodwill of the leading bodies of the Jewish people, who have an important role in educating consciences. It is a task that requires a lot of effort and perseverance on both sides, and I hope we will be up to the task. I am confident that the progress started by Nostra Aetate will not be halted on the side of the Catholic Church, because this document did not arise from some political calculation aimed at serving narrow interests, nor was it the result of a tactical decision subject to change with shifting external circumstances. Paragraph 4 of Nostra Aetate begins with the following words. As the Sacred Synod searches into the mystery of the Church, it remembers the bond that spiritually ties the people of the New Covenant to Abraham's stock. So from the Catholic perspective, there is a spiritual bond that cannot be destroyed between the Church and the Jewish people. Indeed, this bond is not the result of some human initiative that could be stopped or slowed down or reversed. This bond is inherent in God's plan of salvation for humankind, which will overcome all our misunderstandings and resistances. Nostra Aetate 4 states also that the Church, mindful of the patrimony she shares with the Jews and moved not by political reasons but by the gospel of spiritual love, decries hatred, persecutions, displays of anti-Semitism directed against Jews at any time and by anyone. This commitment of the Catholic Church to act against every form of anti-Semitism remains absolutely valid today. While we notice a worrying rise in anti-Semitism almost everywhere in the world. Pope Leo XIV, 2 weeks ago, at the celebration of the 60th anniversary of Nostra Aetate in the Vatican, addressed this issue, saying that, since Nostra Aetate, I quote, all my predecessors have condemned anti-Semitism with clear words, and so I too confirm that the Church does not tolerate anti-Semitism and fights against it on the basis of the gospel itself. So I'm personally very happy to be here with you all. Many important and sensitive topics will be addressed during this conference, and I am eager to listen and understand where things stand regarding all these issues we will be addressing. I conclude my words of welcome. I hope that this conference not only will enrich us intellectually, but also strengthen our relationships that need to be founded on a common desire for truth, peace, and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rafic. This conference has two hosts. This day of the conference today, we are at Notre Dame Jerusalem. We are at Tantur. And then tomorrow, we are at Hebrew University. I'd like next to call upon the director of Notre Dame Jerusalem, and Schwake, for his own introductory remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Tzvi, Your Excellencies, your colleagues, partners from partner institution at the University of Jerusalem, friends, scholars from all over the world who have come here today, friends from the University of Notre Dame, and are also here, made it the whole way, and colleagues, friends, partners from Jerusalem. Your speakers and conference organizers, Professor Ben-Johanan, Novick, and Dr. Pizzaballa. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm not going to hide that I'm genuinely excited that I'm standing here and welcome you all. It's a privilege, obviously, after Your Excellency and the attitude. But it is a privilege to also be welcome all of you here to the Tantur campus, the campus that houses the Tantur Institute, and this thing called Notre Dame Jerusalem, the academic center at the University of Notre Dame. To stand here this morning and to see this room full of colleagues and friends from near and far is something that we cannot take for granted. But before that, I think it's worthwhile to spend 1 second on what is that thing Notre Dame Jerusalem? Because there are always confusions. So we belong to the University of Notre Dame, that is in Indiana, the US, that has 12 centers around the world. And somebody in South Bend came up with this branding called Notre Dame Rome, Notre Dame London, Notre Dame Dublin, and so on, and we are Notre Dame Jerusalem. That is a challenge and a privilege at the same time because we always have to explain to people, no, it's not near the Newgate. It is at the Tantur campus that we share with the Ecumenical Institute that we support and steward its mission. So I hope there are not too many people over there asking for the Nostra Aetate. For us as representatives of the University of Notre Dame Jerusalem, welcoming you here, being able to live our mission as a platform of academic inquiry is a source of real joy. The past 2+ years have made such encounters rare. To have all of you here today is something for me and the team, really an incredible, unmistakable sign of hope. So thank you very much. Thank you especially to the conference organizers for doing it here and thinking about us and doing the first day here. Tomorrow we'll all be at Mount Scopus. We are really grateful for that. Especially because the topic of the conference cannot be more aligned with this place. The Ecumenical Institute itself, a direct product of vision of Nostra Aetate and the momentum released by the Second Vatican Council. Okay, it didn't celebrate 60, just celebrated 50 years 2 years ago. But if you consider the fact that somebody had to find this property, there was a war between establishing it and Nostra Aetate. It's an incredible sign of the momentum that was there to do something that takes care of the Christian unity and the interfaith dialogue as well. The theme of the conference, I would say, is also deeply connected to our mission as representatives of the university here in the Holy Land. As a Catholic university with a permanent presence in Jerusalem, we inhabit a unique position. On the one hand, we are at home. We are indigenous to this land as Christians. But at the same time, our Pizzaballa, we're also at the frontiers of Christianity, living as a minority in the majority, the Jewish majority and the Muslim majority. So it is a bit different to be Christian and Catholic here than to be Christian and Catholic in Rome or in South Bend, Indiana. The daily encounter with the Jewish majority and the Muslim majority confronts you with profound questions of identity, value, and mission. You have to ask yourself on a daily basis, what is it that you stand for? Where are you different? What matters? Where are you flexible? Where do you want to learn? And where do you want to convince others? At the same time, we're also aware that for that majority, Jewish and Muslim majority around us, we're not just seen in the local context. We're also representatives of a global and a historical context, or institutions that, for honest, have had their fair share of being perpetrators to the majorities here. This awareness places limits on us. It deepens our sense of responsibility and reminds us of the suspicion we may encounter. And it grounds us in a much needed humility. Humility not only because we cannot come to preach, but also because even today we might still be missing something. The light shines from outside of our own categories. Dialogue in these questions is important anywhere, but to do it in Jerusalem is different. It carries a unique weight, spiritual, historical, and emotional. Here, we are reminded that the traditions we belong to are not abstract systems. They're not theories, they are theories, theologies, rooted in history and anchored in place. Jerusalem stands as a shared space for Jews, Christians, and Muslims, not only for those who live here and sometimes struggle to possess it, but also to the millions and billions around the world who look to it with longing, memory, and hope. This is why these 2 days matter, and I personally look forward to listen, to learn, and to meet more and more people who are interested in this vision and mission. to tell you maybe a little bit more about what is it that we do on this campus, being this case a dialogue, but also as an academic center that runs programs and research that are committed and immersed in this reality that we describe. All right, finally, if the past 2 years have taught us anything, it is that places and spaces of dialogue, intellectual honesty and encounter and hope are more necessary and more fragile than we can imagine. The fact that you are all here today is therefore not just an academic occasion. It's thank you very much.
Finally, let me make some introductory remarks, and I'll do so in three capacities, not instantiated by the others who offered introductory remarks already. First, as a co-organizer of the conference. Second, as a co-organizer specifically from Notre Dame in the South Bend campus. And third, as a Jew. So first, as a conference co-organizer, I want to extend my thanks to everyone here and to some people who are not here. First, I'd like to thank those who are visiting as attendees for your investment in the issues that the conference addresses. Next, let me thank the speakers and panel participants, some of whom are locals, some of whom have flown in from very far away indeed. We don't take this for granted. Thanks to the Hebrew University faculty with whom I've been co-organizing the conference, especially Professor Ben-Johanan and Thomas as well. We recognize the financial and institutional support for this conference from four sources. First, from the University of Notre Dame, in particular the Henkel's Lecture Fund, and the Franco Family Institute for Liberal Arts and the Public Good, the McGrath Institute for Church Life and Jewish Studies. Second, from the Cardinal Center for Jewish Studies at the Pontifical University, and I note in this connection in particular the contributions of Professor Massimo Gargiulo. Third, from the Hebrew University, in particular the Center for the Study of Christianity. And fourth, the European Union's European Research Council, under the auspices of a project entitled Christosemitism, European Christian Anti-Antisemitism, 1945 to 2020. And finally, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to those who provided tireless administrative support and imaginative solutions to countless logistical issues. There are too many to acknowledge by name, but let me mention three people whom I and the other co-organizers have worked especially closely with and who really enabled this conference. It's as simple as that. Phaedra Shapiro at the Hebrew University, Alicia Satow at the Notre Dame campus in South Bend, which is there. And finally here at Tantur, Pierbattista. All right, so much for my co-organizer hat. Now, picture that hat is green and gold, add a little ND to it. And I can speak about how this conference makes sense as a Notre Dame undertaking. Notre Dame is a university shaped today by its commitment to Vatican II. Our conference marks the 60th anniversary of Nostra Aetate, of course, which fell out on October 28th of this year. But it so happens that this very day, November 18th, is the 60th anniversary of another product of Vatican II, Dei Verbum, the dogmatic constitution on divine revelation. Section 24 of Dei Verbum begins thus: sacred theology rests on the written word of God together with sacred tradition as its primary and perpetual foundation. The University of Notre Dame, taking its guidance from this principle, requires all undergraduates to take a course commonly called Foundations of Theology, which introduces students to Scripture, the Old Testament and the New, and to the crystallization of tradition in the early church. The incorporation of the Old Testament in this course also speaks to our particular interest here, the relationship between the church and the Jewish people. A commitment to teaching the Old Testament is not, of course, in itself necessarily a commitment to teaching it in a way that honors and gives expression to the relationship between the church and the Jewish people that has emerged in the wake of Nostra Aetate. But in countless conversations with departmental colleagues who, like me, teach the Foundations course, I've in fact been privileged to see it, in fact, taught precisely in this way. And now I'm going to go off that imaginary green and gold cap and with a kippah, speak in my third and final capacity as a Jew. Here I raise the question, to which we have dedicated one panel over the course of the conference, of how the Jewish people have responded to and should respond to Nostra Aetate. One sort of response is a kind of reciprocal recognition of the sort most famously exemplified by Dabru the statement from the year 2000 that was authored by, among others, Rabbi Michael Signer, of blessed memory, my much esteemed and much lamented predecessor at Notre Dame. Another, which is one element of my motivation as a co-organizer here at this conference, is to hold up the transformations that have taken place in the Church's relationship to the Jewish people for reflection and indeed for admiration. Admiration, I say, even as I recognize the long and spectacularly violent history of Christian anti-Judaism and the limitations, tensions, even backtrackings that have accompanied the Church's new course of engagement with the Jewish people. Despite those, I find that new course, the commitments of Nostra Aetate and the relationship that has emerged in its wake admirable and a source of real theological inspiration for me as a Jew. All right, so with that, I'd like to get us underway with a panel of the conference. I happen to also be serving as chair of the first panel, so that serves for a smooth transition indeed. Our first panel, and I see we're keeping pretty good time. Let me say something about the logistics. These panels are 2 hours each, and aside from the local interfaith panel, which we have this afternoon into the evening, we'll have 3 speakers on each panel. So with 2 hours for 3 speakers, we envision a half hour for each speaker, followed by 30 minutes of general discussion. And for each speaker's 30 minutes, you're encouraged, invited to speak for roughly 20 to 25 minutes, thus allowing 5 to 10 minutes of Q&A, of conversation after your paper. And then we'll have that remaining half an hour of the session for general discussion among the panelists and with everyone here. So, and I think just logistically, if you have a PowerPoint, I as chair and other chairs can sit here and help negotiate the PowerPoint. The speakers can stand here at this podium. So our first panel is on Nostra Aetate's early and current challenges. We are 3 speakers. I'll introduce our 3 speakers briefly at the outset, and then call on them. So our first speaker is also the aforementioned co-organizers of the conference, Professor Cardinal Ben-Johanan at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and for all, by the way, there is a conference website. It is at Franco, that's for the Franco Institute, Liberal Arts at Notre Dame, franco.nd.edu/Nostra-Aetate. You can see there the abstracts and the bios for all of the papers. Conference, so I'll be giving them. I'll just be brief. Cardinal Ben-Johanan teaches at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and is the author of, in English, the book Jacob's Younger Brother, Christian-Jewish Relations After Vatican II, from Harvard University Press, 2022. It's a translation of an earlier book in Hebrew from Tel Aviv University Press, and much distinguished book. So that's our first speaker. Our second speaker is Professor Pierbattista of the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas, University of Bristol, the author of many books, and I'll just single out here Vatican II, Catholic Doctrines on Jews and Muslims, 2014, and most immediately, perhaps Catholics and Jews after Vatican II, Oxford University Press, 2019. And finally, our third speaker is Nina Valcoustet of the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, a historian based in Rome, a scholar of Catholic and Jewish history, and the author most recently of Les Antiers, the Vatican, plus Al Shoah, 2024. So 3 very distinguished speakers, and we'll begin with Karma speaking on the political theologies of Judeo-Christian relations.
Hi, wow, I can't believe this, that we're all here, that we're doing this. It's really, to say that I'm excited to be an understatement. I'm even a little bit anxious, I have to say, and I'm both very grateful for this, the way we did it together to come to this moment. And also somehow it just landed on me that we're all still very, very much in pain, and everything is extremely difficult in all of the relationships that we have, basically between cultures and between religious communities, but of course especially here, and therefore it's a very sensitive conference, and I hope we can be gentle with each other, but still be able to speak and to say things that perhaps unavoidably will also be painful. So I have to say that for me it really is very hard. But I also feel that it's a privilege to do this here, and this is Nostra Aetate is important all over the world, but it seems to me that there is a very unique gravity for this here for various reasons that you all know. Okay, so let's start with saying that as one of the organizers, I want to say that it's not obvious at all that you're all here for me. In this tormented region and with these tormented relationships in a war-ridden Israel, Palestine, Holy Land, where any attempt for dialogue, and especially sincere attempts, comes with this enormity of pain, and we still hear there's violence all around us that we're perpetrating, that is perpetrating on us, and it doesn't matter for this moment how do you designate this us, and who's the us, because this also changes, but I think that though the wounds of these relationships hurt most here, it seems to me that the reason you all came is because you know that the legacy of Nostra Aetate 4 is to a great extent dependent on you at this moment in time. So this is an academic conference, but also an expression of commitment towards this admittedly flittering importance of the declaration formulated 60 years ago, and to the processes it had initiated in the relationship between Christians and Jews. At this turbulent time, maintaining Nostra Aetate 4 requires both metaphorically and literally spending some time in a war zone. So thank you for coming here. Also, all the guests that decided to take this day and possibly also tomorrow and be here with us. In my talk, and once again, it was very hard to choose what to do because everything seems to be important, and so I changed the topic several times. But I decided to focus on the way in which the changing historical, and especially the political context in which Nostra Aetate's legacy lives, have influenced the way it has been received and the way in which Jewish-Christian dialogue has been practiced. More than a complete research project, this is an invitation to you to think together on the reasons why and how the legacy of Nostra Aetate became so difficult to sustain. The core of my paper is an attempt to weave together a few things that are usually thought of apart from one another. One is the crisis of liberalism, The second is the globalization of the church. And the third is, of course, how can one avoid this, the thorny place of Israel as both a symbolic entity and as a Jewish majority society which goes through its own very difficult social and political processes. Nostra Aetate expressed the voice of a universal Catholic Church, yet its call for dialogue across religions was also part of a greater transition in the West towards a liberal democratic order, and more specifically, a transition of Western Christian communities and institutions toward a steadfast support for liberalism and democracy. Theologians have developed rich conceptual tools to bridge between the secular values of liberalism, officially rejected by the magisterium for a long time, and between core Catholic traditions. In the afterwar period, Christian democratic parties in Western Europe were among the most prominent facilitators of democracy. Christian leaders were a crucial driving force behind the process of European integration. Indeed, post-Holocaust Jewish-Christian dialogue, too, was implemented across Europe as a major tool for promoting a peaceful democratic culture. Yet, hand in hand with adjusting as well as facilitating the political transformations within Europe, the Church has also begun to cope with its own de-Europeization. Processes of decolonization were underway, though still a Eurocentric institution, the question of non-Western Christianities and of indigenous Christian leadership was already resonating within the Church, waiting to be attended in full. Moreover, though in the aftermath of World War II, the Church had dedicated massive efforts to conceptualize secularism and forge a conciliatory intellectual approach to it, the high waves of secularization as initiated by the 1968 protests were lurking just around the corner. Thus, the Council's text, along with other dialogue initiatives, was written by a church in transition as part of a reflective process of reorienting the relationship between Christianity and modernity within the political and cultural upheavals of the time. Nostra Aetate 4 was therefore part of this transition. Yet importantly, the object of Nostra Aetate 4, too, that is, the Jews, were also in transition as a result of the same global events. In the early 1960s, the Jews had only just begun to rebuild their lives after the catastrophe that had wiped out approximately 2/3 of European Jewry and had taken a heavy toll also on non-European Jewish communities across North Africa and the Middle East. Still wounded to their core, the Jews were slowly taking root in their two new centers, the United States and Israel, the new state established by the Zionist movement in 1948, along with other states formed during this process of decolonization. Suddenly, a majority in their own country. This was experienced as a moment of great hope in the Jewish world, and the tragic consequences of the Nahra were already very salient. Moreover, Nostra Aetate was promulgated in 1965. Like the secularization waves of 1968, the war of 67 was also lurking around the corner. As Jews re-established their lives, Western societies opened themselves to them as never before. In the United States and in Europe, for those who stayed, Jews enjoyed equal rights, forging alliances that earlier generations could not even have dreamed of. The American way of life was captured in the title of Will Helberg's 1955 book, Protestant, Catholic, Jew, indicating the place of Jews in a pluralistic and liberal America. It was in this liminal space between an old world that had already sunk and a new world that was taking shape that the two communities, the Catholic Church and many Western Protestant churches as well, and the Jewish people, turned to one another and inaugurated a historic process of reconciliation between them, making a comprehensive effort to retrieve from their respective traditions sources and resources that had the potential to create or recover a new bond between them. Those grand historical processes were the factors that made this change possible. Yet the common ground that was created was temporary and fragile in itself. It was a European common ground, based on a European set of memories, at a time when, in fact, both Jews and Christians were on their way to cease being so significantly European. The combination of a liberal European framing for Jewish-Christian dialogue with rapidly de-Europeanizing you see that I'm not from the region, so Europeanizing Jewish and Christian communities produced a series of discrepancies. These will be discussed in the remaining parts of my talk. The first discrepancy, you're here, that's it. Okay. Has to do with the relations between religion and local cultures, and what we can perhaps name questions of indigeneity and indigenization. In Europe, shrinking Christian communities across the rapidly secularizing continent began to experience themselves as essentially diasporic, as Cardinal had already stated in 1954 when describing the Christian condition within late modern society. The cultural hegemony Christians had held for centuries was long lost, and they now face the challenge of adjusting to minority life with all its educational, ethical, and legal constraints. Charles Taylor had compared the sense of alienation of Christians to secular Western societies to Matteo Ricci's encounter with China. In a way, what was once natural and familiar was now Chinese to their ears. As such, European Christians often turn to Jews as sources of inspiration. As a German Catholic theologian once told me, while Catholics have sought ways to preserve their tradition and religious identity in a world that has at times become quite hostile to religion, they have attempted to learn from Jews how to thrive in the diaspora, in Galut. Jews, however, have faced an opposite challenge. While Western Christians have taken inspiration from the rich Jewish diasporic tradition of self-preservation as a cultural and religious minority, the Jews in Israel were preoccupied with shedding their self-understanding as a diasporic and vulnerable minority, and with rooting themselves as sovereigns in a land they had longed for in their prayers for ages. This often entailed an aggressive Israeli negation of diasporic Judaism as a weak and obsolete tradition. In fact, it is only recently, with the current wave of Jewish diasporic thought, that the Zionist negation of the diaspora is being profoundly challenged, though often in a no less aggressive counter-negation, that is, a negation of Zionism. While many European Christians have felt estranged from the lands that were once their most natural home, many Jews have moved in precisely the opposite direction and felt entirely at home for the first time in centuries. Jews have experienced the state of Israel as an emancipation, a newly acquired ability to redefine Judaism for themselves without adhering to the rules imposed on them by others. Indeed, a decolonization of Jewish culture. African and Asian Christians have experienced something closer to Israeli Jews than to their Western counterparts. Liberated from Western colonialism, they have struggled to anchor their Christianity in their indigenous cultural environments. Here too, Christianity had to be divorced from Western culture. But in these contexts, the divorce was not facilitated out of respect for the Western principle of separating private religion from the public sphere, but rather for the opposite reason. The separation was required in order to indigenize Christianity, to anchor it within local cultures, to adapt Christianity to different cultural homelands, which did not necessarily did not adhere to secular Western rules of conduct. In other words, the non-Western Christians who sought to separate between Western culture and Christianity have done so not in order to free European public space from religion, but to free Christianity itself from the grip of Western categories. Middle Eastern, and especially Palestinian Christian communities, however, at least the way I can understand and mediate these communities, faced another set of challenges. What I learned from Nayan Leve's fascinating new book. Marianne, are you here? Okay, good. Is that indigenous Christians did not necessarily identify Judaism as a native tradition that had been born in and now returned to the Holy Land, liberating Judaism from the European restrictions imposed on it for generations. Rather, they often experienced it as the exact opposite, a Western implementation backed by militant American Christian Zionism, that is, a foreign colonial endeavor that has created an abrupt and brutal zazua in the relationship between their Christianity and their experience of the land, and this without taking into account the third party, Islam, which further complicates the Christian experience in the Holy Land. And of course, the Jews in the United States have had their own kind of experience altogether, since they were neither more nor less indigenous to North America than the majority society itself. These different experiences of the relationship between Judaism and Christianity, and between the respective political and cultural milieu, have created and continue to create multiple tensions, both internal and interreligious. The multiple configurations of the relationship between religion and local cultures is closely tied to a second prominent tension pertaining to the very definition of religion. Western Christians in the second half of the 20th century were often willing to confine their Christian identity to what the secular liberal order has named religion, a word charged with a set of differentiations between faith and reason, private and public, particular and universal, and other binaries. We should recall that, especially in the Catholic case, this willingness was not at all an obvious move. As Lior Batnitsky has shown in her book, How Judaism Became a Religion, these distinctions have created a severe fissure in the modern history of Judaism. In fact, since the demand to separate religion from other spheres of life have been imposed on Jews throughout the modern period, they have never reached a decisive conclusion on what Judaism is. Many Jews came to disregard the religious aspect of Jewishness as entirely irrelevant. These Jews were often blatantly secular or atheistic and yet still held strong Jewish identities. Judaism for them was not a religion, but a culture, an ethnicity, a people group, or a shared history. Those Jews had no share in the liberalism-based institution of Jewish-Christian dialogue. Though very liberal themselves, they were largely disinterested in the evolving dialogue, which was limited to religious and theological questions of no relevance to them. The Jewish, or the hyphenated combination Jewish-Christian, did not capture their own sense of Jewishness. It wasn't about them. And yet observant Jews too have not perceived their Judaism as a religion in the same sense that Christianity understood the term. Their Judaism was public, political, halakhic, and visible, and it was often relentlessly antagonistic to any attempt to impose upon it liberal divisions. In fact, they were often preoccupied precisely with rebelling against the definitions promulgated by enlightened secular Europe. They were no longer willing to see religion as a private matter of the heart, as they had once been required to do by the very countries that supported their emancipation. Now they sought to sing their Judaism in the streets, at least to some extent as an act of liberation, and to remove the very idea that there is a confined realm called religion. This experience was naturally much closer to that of Muslims, who have often experienced the Western side binary between the religious and the secular as similarly foreign. Moreover, as we could clearly see in the protests against the governmental judicial overhaul in Israel during the last 3 years, the liberal camp in Israel is overwhelmingly secular, while observant Jews tend to be more critical of liberal values, if not openly anti-liberal. And these are, of course, generalizations. There's no other way. The institution of Jewish-Christian dialogue, perceived as a liberal Western endeavor, often raises suspicion among observant Jews who seek to resist pressures of liberalization and modernization. From the perspective of most observant Jews, an alliance with Christians can only be a concession to liberal values, which are tied in their umbilical cord to the Christian tradition. Dialogue is for them a double threat, both secular and Christian. Thus, the liberal camp refrains from dialogue because of its secularity, while the Orthodox camp refrains from it because of its observance. Once you take both Orthodox and secular communities out of the equation of Jewish-Christian dialogue in Israel, there are not many candidates left. Moreover, the national conflict, it's nice that you think it's funny, but okay. Moreover, the national conflict over Israel-Palestine is so overwhelmingly present that it cannot but penetrate any form of cross-cultural or cross-religious exchange. The heavy shadow of local politics thus hinders from the possibility of separating a religious from a political conversation. This, again, is something that goes against the liberal spirit of the Second Vatican Council. This, I believe, is one of the main reasons why Israel has never played a leading role in the world of Jewish-Christian dialogue, notwithstanding the heroic efforts of many people that are sitting in this room and moving forward with this transition for decades. The third and last discrepancy I would like to discuss with you has to do with memory and imagination. Though about 2/3 of the world's Christians live today in Africa, South America, and Asia, Jews, especially the half of the world Jewry that lives here in the Middle East, continue to imagine Christianity, and especially the Catholic Church, as a European institution. Moreover, as an embodiment of their own ambivalence towards Europe. Christianity, imagined as a white, dominating, and all-powerful entity, symbolizes for them various forms of oppression, blood libels, forced conversions, expulsions, but also colonialism and imperialism. As we tend to forget, more than half of the Jews in Israel come from Arab and Muslim countries, and many of them remember Christianity not only through the prism of Ashkenaz's 11th century massacres, but through the 19th and early 20th century combination of missionary activity and cultural and political domination. Israelis have therefore been blatantly blind to Israel's 2% Christian minority, indigenous inhabitants of the Holy Land, with a long and rich local history, because of the Gordian knot in Jewish imagination that ties Christianity to the West. Thus Jews, many of them Middle Eastern, imagine the church as a European entity to the point of rendering their own Middle Eastern Christian counterparts invisible. On the other hand, Christian communities in the global South and across the Middle East often imagine the Jews as a purely Western entity, though more than half of them are not from European background. The dialogue with Judaism, so clearly an institution emerging from the experience of Europe's horrific 20th century, is thus viewed as the result of the fact that it was easier for a European and a Eurocentric church to reach out to its favored European religious minority, a minority that did not significantly challenge its terms and worldview, than to encounter the non-Western religions, and most of all, Islam. Okay, I have to finish, right? Okay, so I'll keep it a bit. Okay, so I'll take a few minutes. Okay. Recalling the vulnerability of pre-war Jews serves, at the same time, I skipped too much. At the same time, for Christian Europeans, or for Western Christians, Jewish-Christian dialogue has indeed been tied to liberal values in its very umbilical core. Recalling the vulnerability of pre-war European Jews serves for them as a witness to the importance of core liberal principles, such as religious freedom, separation of church and state, and as already mentioned, an inspiration for the life of a religious minority within a secular public sphere. From this perspective, looking at the way Israeli Judaism has matured throughout the ages does not provide much encouragement. Here one does not need a Shagalic image of Jewish vulnerability, but rather a self-confident majority religion, often intolerant to religious minorities, as I'm sure many of you have experienced yourselves. These land and state-related religious Jewish experiences, whether in their radical or in their lenient forms, have not provoked much sympathy on behalf of European Christians at a time when they themselves were making an effort to renounce all aspiration to a Christianized public sphere. Paradoxically, this disappointment with the illiberal character of Israeli Judaism, as much as I sympathize with it, replicates almost in every sense the European discourse of the 19th century on the question whether the Jews were capable of becoming worthy of emancipation. Is Israel capable of being a proper liberal democracy? And if not, does it have still a right to exist? Is Israeli society too Western, as it is seen from the perspective of the critiques of the West, or rather, it is not Western enough? To conclude, we can see that the process of globalization and distancing from the West is not only a Christian process, but also a Jewish one. For these reasons, it is inherently tied to the crisis of liberalism and to its decline across various societies. This crisis is also crucial for our understanding of the local dynamic here and now, which is not related only to the unique importance of this place in both Jewish and Christian imagination, but also to much broader processes in our global society. The political foundations that enable Jewish-Christian dialogue from the outset are now profoundly contested, along with the once glorious liberal Western heritage. Could we imagine Judaism and Christianity engaging in dialogue beyond the West, even beyond liberalism? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. So we'll pick up with questions and observations about that very fascinating talk once we get to the other two. Again, each speaker has a half hour to work with. If you would go shorter, 20 to 25 minutes, that'll leave time for questions after the talk, and otherwise we'll pick up in the conversation. So next we'll call on Professor Pizzaballa. He will be speaking on Nostra Aetate and the steps toward a minimal Catholic Zionism.
Great, good morning. It's a great privilege to be here, and at this time as well of speaking, it's a difficult and painful time, and I chose this particular topic because it seems like a crazy topic to address right now, but a very important one. So the title I gave to the paper, which was Nostra Aetate and the Steps Towards a Minimalist Catholic Zionism, at first sight should make you recoil and think this is very strange, because Nostra Aetate was so decidedly and clearly apolitical. And we all know the story that it would have sunk and never swung. That's not an English word, but this is joining in Karma's changing of the language here. If it had been seen in any way to refer to historical Israeli state that had been created in 48. So in 65, when the document was coming out, in 64 in fact, there were two very strong objections, which I want to return to when we look at the modern day situation. When the draft was being circulated, two remarkable, difficult problems occurred for the Holy See and for the whole process of the Council. The first was a clear representation from various governments in the Middle East saying that if the Catholic Church spoke positively about the Jewish people, they could not secure the safety of Christian communities in relationship to what backlash there might be. This is a very serious concern for a church whose population was being wiped out in the Middle East, with more and more people feeling unsafe, and the Christian communities. The second very strong representation, to the point that there had been threats is perhaps too strong a word, but maybe in reality it was that, by certain Middle Eastern Christian bishops who were present, to say that they could not be at a council that would address positively the Jewish question, given what was happening to their communities on the ground at the time. So, at one level, a clear, non-political statement connected with the Jewish people was really under threat from advancing for political reasons, all of which make an enormous amount of sense. So the idea of a minimalist Catholic Zionism arising out of this document should make you smile. Crazy. This document was very intentionally not connected or not concerned with the politics of the Middle East. So I want to put this argument to you and suggest that Catholic doctrine, as I understand it, which is my main concern, is, Newman spoke about this, John Henry Newman. This is like a seed that is planted into the blood system of the body of the church. And like a seed, it grows, it flourishes. Sometimes it needs pruning and trimming, sometimes it needs cutting, but the full effect of any doctrine will take years and years and years to start unfolding. So Tantur, the great church historian of councils, gives the average time for councils to have an impact in the population as 400 years minimum, right? We're 60 years from Nostra Aetate. Therefore, we are faced with a remarkable phenomenon of actually the Catholic teaching on the Jews unfolding, I think, faster than many, many others have ever happened. Now, I want to suggest that there were three doctrinal moves made in Nostra Aetate that began to allow the seed to develop in the way that was not anticipated towards what I'm wanting to call a minimalist Catholic Zionism. And in the period of time I have, which is 25 minutes and now diminishing to 15, I won't be able to unpack that, but I want to, if you like, give you the telos, and I want to also finish with the question, what happens to a person like myself who holds this position in terms of the current war that has been raging, and including the questions that even a Catholic Pope has been criticized of being anti-Semitic, Pope Francis. Okay, so that's just giving you a quick overview. Let's get down to it. What are the three doctrinal teachings in Nostra Aetate that sow the seeds for what I'm calling Catholic minimalist Zionism? The first is there was a deconstruction of the deicide charge, which is actually the origins of the document. That the charge that the Jews are collectively guilty for the death of Christ, both during the time of Christ and subsequently, needed to be addressed. And that part of the document is a beautiful, very careful dance movement between keeping hold of the biblical texts firmly, acknowledging the reality of what was going on, and at the same time wanting to make clear, as the document itself says, not all Jews then, or subsequently, can be held responsible for the death of Christ. The deicide charge ends. Now the consequence of that is massive, and that's what begins to unfold after the council. One consequence of it, and this is now, if you like, taking the council beyond 65 into the later periods, if the charge, the deicide charge, is dropped and is seen as actually not legitimate in the bloodstream of the church, subsequent notions that the Jews were to be punished for what they did. Part of that punishment includes the expulsion from the land. Part of that punishment includes wandering to the ends of the earth as a dispersed people. And of course, Augustine puts a very positive spin on that. It has a theological significance as well. Nevertheless, you can see what's happening. If the deicide charge is dropped, then the notion of punishments begin to evaporate, and one of the major themes of the punishment is dispersion from the land and exile from the land. The second doctrinal step taken by the council is it's kind of like a Beatles mantra here, taken from Paul in Romans, and it's repeated endlessly in almost, in fact, in every Catholic document since the council. I have a research student back in Rome who's looking at the use of Romans 11:29, the Catholic magisterial teaching since 65. And it really does feel like, greatest hits. It appears every time. And it tells us, importantly, and here are the theme, God's promises to his people are irrevocable. The gifts and the promises are irrevocable. Now, let's come clean and say, you can quote part of Paul, which is great. All of Paul is a complicated matter. But the magisterium has a wonderful method, I think, of selecting biblical texts and throwing them out to biblical scholars and those involved in the field, saying, chase this one. See if it has mileage. And this one really does have mileage, but it's also problematic. The mileage is in this: if the gifts and the covenant and the promises are irrevocable because God does not go back on his promises, two implications begin to unravel after the council. The first implication, which actually may seem like, looking back on it, so straightforward, but was not then, was what does it mean about the current Jewish community? A wonderful phrase used by a colleague, Ruth Langer, was that Nostra Aetate was like a museum piece. And she didn't mean this offensively, she just meant, where was the living Jew in this document? It was all biblical Jew. And I remember having a conversation with one of the fathers of the council who is now ceased, and he said to me, with perfect conviction, the council never mentioned contemporary Jews. It talked about the Jewish people in the Bible. And you people are all excited and talking about modern Jews. What's going on? And he realized the problem of Paul. So thankfully in 1980, John Paul II resolved that problem and made a clear identification with the covenant that was irrevocable with the Jewish audience sitting in front of him in Germany. So there's one big advantage belonging to a hierarchical and sometimes authoritarian sort of church, is when the pontiff makes the identification, then everyone can go, woohoo, here's the authority for it, we can run with it. Okay, so implication, irrevocable covenant and gifts. One is the contemporary Jewish community are being identified. Second, what are those gifts? Now it takes until the Pontifical Biblical Commission in 2001 investigates one element of the gifts, which is the land. And this is a remarkable document. It didn't come out of the dicastery connected with the Jewish relationships. It came out of, in fact, the document that is concerned with the sources of revelation. What does the Bible say? And the Pontifical Biblical Commission came up with two very important conclusions, which is what I'm trying to argue is a slow step towards what I'm calling universe Catholicism. One conclusion was that on historical critical grounds, the Old Testament certainly understands the land as part of the gift. It's a hugely complicated phenomenon. The territories and the boundaries of that land are contested, and there are different biblical traditions. But there can be no question that this is one of the gifts made. The land is given to the people for their ability to draw the nations to Yahweh. The land is also given in a way, and the Pontifical Biblical Commission does a great job of dealing with the difficult part of the text of the slaughter of populations that existed in that land. So it recognizes that the whole land promise is fraught, difficult, complicated, which it is, and yet it happens. And there's a wonderful little section in the document, a little too short, but you've got to give 400 years at least time for these things to unfold. That in the New Testament acknowledges two traditions. One that tends to, my words, not the documents, evaporate the actual concrete promises so that the land becomes symbolic and symbolized. And another tradition that reconfigures them but does not abolish the concrete elements. Okay, so you can see my little jigsaw, I hope, appearing. The third doctrinal teaching at the Council, absolutely vital in building up this momentum, is the condemnation of anti-Semitism wherever and by whoever it occurs. Now, there were lots of criticisms at the time. Why didn't the church say sorry because it was criticizing something it was guilty of? Unrealistic. 1965. Too early. And it takes until 2000 when the church actually starts looking at this claim that it is guilty and we remember. Okay, so 3 doctrinal logs that get developed as time goes on. The third and final point I want to make about the development is going back to the politics and social context. So 1993 we had a fundamental agreement with the State of Israel. Think about it. State of Israel 47-48, Vatican relationships takes on 1993. Long period of time, and it is significant because it had to be in tandem with negotiations with the Palestinians to ensure an equity. And all great plans get undone very easily, especially in certain locations, because the 1993 fundamental agreement was supposed to occur at the same time as a fundamental agreement with the Palestinians that actually, for complicated reasons, didn't happen until much later. In fact, they happened in 2000, 7 years. But in 2015 there is the recognition of the Palestinian state, much to the annoyance of the someone okay with that? Need of water perhaps? Okay, so we get very important qualifications from John Paul II, Pope Benedict, all speaking about the theological significance of the return of Jewish people to the land. And when they speak in this manner, they are always very careful to make two qualifications. The first is that while this is recognized and celebrated, none of it mitigates or counts against the Palestinian claims to the land and the rights and equalities that are due to the Palestinian people. Secondly, none of this is to affirm in any sense some divine element in the Jewish state per se. This is the land and the people. That's a very difficult bridge to build, because can you have a land and people without a state? But nevertheless, the distinction is being made that the state, in a sense, is open to criticism, questioning, but the land and people is being seen in a theological fashion. So I want to spend the last 5 minutes, and that will keep me due, simply saying, if there was such a thing as a more developed Catholic minimalist Zionism as I'm pushing forward, what happens today? Well, three things. Many things, but three things if you've got 5 minutes. Number one is there is a commitment by the Catholic Church resolutely to fight and resist anti-Semitism. And that's a really big issue in the universal church. It's not about the state of Israel, but in the UK, in the US, in Europe, the anti-Semitism that is occurring because of what is going on at the moment, but nevertheless for the church to stand solid. Problem, the church has never defined anti-Semitism. Big problem, the IHRA definition of it requires or implies that questioning the state of Israel's right to exist is anti-Semitic. Where does the church stand on that? Answer, it doesn't. Answer, plausible, maybe, to be discussed. But there is an unquestionable solidarity with the Jewish people that arises from this intrinsic significance of those people to the church. Second point, there is an intrinsic and continuous history from the church's support for the Palestinian people. None of this can be cancelling out the other, and none of this can in any sense, I think, be argued as irreconcilable with the first. Now, cautious and thoughtful Catholics tell me, quite rightly at times, I think, why don't you just drop this kind of language? You can get to the affirmation of the State of Israel through international law, through natural law. Why create a problem in advancing a thesis by using the Z word and saying Catholics could affirm it? And my only answer is that if revelation determines and pushes Christian thinking forward, which it must do, then perhaps there aren't any options to that. Third and final comment is the Church is committed to justice and peace. And those aren't empty terms. And in that sense, the Catholics and the Church have every right to be concerned about the abuse of human rights. The question of the just war, which I won't say anything about because I think a speaker later on is addressing this, and I can take you. But the question of whether there have been unjust actions in terms of both the state of Israel and the Palestinians in the current war are questions that are there and international questions that need to be addressed. And they're complicated questions. So I want to say that as a conclusion, really, it may be more important now than ever before for the Church to search its own mystery, that opening line in Nostra Aetate. Be faithful to its sources, and possibly also in being faithful to its sources, speak out about them when it is difficult. And the same difficulties that were present when Nostra Aetate happened, the safety of Christians in the Middle East, the possible objections by Middle Eastern Christian brothers and sisters still stands. But who said life was easy before the eschatology comes? Thank you.
I might have time to squeeze in a question, but I think it's better to consolidate. Please do write down, note questions, comments, and we'll have that opportunity for discussion afterward. Okay, so our third and final speaker for this session is Schwake on Vatican and anti-Semitism from the Shoah to Nostra Aetate, new findings from the Pius XII archives.
All right, good morning. Thank you very much for the organizers, and thank you to the two previous speakers. Very stimulating presentations, and my presentation will be more based on archival findings, and so I hope that we can have a nice dialogue with the two previous speakers and with the audience. I will start right away. Going back to Nostra Aetate and to the fourth paragraph and the condemnation of anti-Semitism, the Church decries hatred, persecutions, displays of anti-Semitism directed against Jews at any time and by anyone. And I think these last few words are very important, and I want to stress that here, because before Nostra Aetate, anti-Semitism was considered by the Vatican a sort of extension or appendix of Nazism and was not fully addressed. So there were two consequences. The various trends of anti-Semitism, including Christian anti-Semitism, were not addressed by the Vatican. And the second consequence is that statements like documents like the encyclical Mit brennender Flagge, which condemned Nazis, were considered enough, sufficient from the Church point of view to address anti-Semitism, but they were not. So Pope Pius XII mentioned publicly the term anti-Semitism for the first and only time in August 1946 in an audience of an Arab delegation from Palestine, and he claimed that he had previously condemned quote, fanatical anti-Semitic persecution unleashed against the Jewish people. But that was actually the only time that he addressed the very term of anti-Semitism. Moreover, the Pope was reluctant to use the term extermination or genocide, and to qualify specifically the fate of Jews in the Shoah, which was mentioned only by euphemism. So Pius XII mentioned only in 1953 massacres based on racial hatred. Then paradoxically, John XXIII never mentioned it during his pontificate publicly. And Paul VI mentioned the Shoah only twice, in 1964 in a speech to the American Jewish Committee, mentioning the horrible persecutions to which Jews have been subjected in recent years, and in 1975, tragedies to qualify the Shoah. So John Paul II was the first pope to use the term extermination in public speech during his visit to Auschwitz in 1979. So in this brief presentation, I would like to examine the persistence of anti-Jewish prejudice within the Vatican, especially during and after the Shoah and before Nostra Aetate, and its impact on Jewish-Christian relations. How the Vatican addressed or did not address anti-Semitism, especially under the pontificate of Pius, especially under the pontificate of Pius XII. Pius XII, who was Pope from 1939 to 1958. As you probably know, in March 2020, Pope Francis opened the Vatican Archives for the pontificate of Pius XII. So for that period, 1939-1958. Part of my presentation is based on these new findings, which I presented in my book on the Vatican and the Shoah, but also on recent scholarship, especially I want to mention Giovanni Cocco, Philippe Chenot, and David Kerser. So, New Vatican archives show evidence of the long-term impact of the historical memory of the Church, a term by which Italian historian Giovanni Nicoli indicated the patterns of thoughts and actions of an age-old institution that, in part, condition its silence from the Shoah and its responses to anti-Semitic persecution. I argue that Vatican leaders of that time professed not only traditional Christian anti-Judaism and the teaching of content, but also parts of modern forms of anti-Semitism. And I would like to stress especially the stigma and the accusation of perfidy, which was recycled and adapted to modern anti-Semitic tropes. For part of Vatican leaders and diplomats in the 1940s and 1930s, 1940s, national states had the right to take defensive measures against Jews as long as they follow the tenets of Christian charity and justice. So I would like to give one example of this, which is the nuncio in France, in Vichy, Monsignor Valeri, commenting the first statute of the Jews of the Vichy regime. He sent a report to the Cardinal Secretary of State, Marione, in October 1940, noted that the sphere of business for which they, the Jews, seem to be born and scattered across the vast world remains totally open to them. On the other hand, they are excluded not only from the management of public affairs, but also from central administrations, the army, the navy, from management positions in certain companies, the press, the cinema, and so on. On this point, we can only thank the Lord when we think of the evil they were doing with these means. So, even toward converts, in some instance, the Vatican leader expressed hostility and suspicion. Even converts were seen through the stigma of the perfidia, were seen as hypocritical and malevolent, and they were labeled as non-Arian Catholics. So, for instance, Monsignor Armando Lombardi was an administrator of the Secretary of State in September 1940, wrote a report denouncing the bad impression made in Latin America of non-Aryan Catholic refugees who were not sincerely, according to him, converted and who professed communist views. And he concluded his report, we see that in the 19th centuries the race has gotten worse. The church is right to qualify them as she does on Good Friday, the fair refugees. But for this very reason, the work of paternal charity that the Holy Father has undertaken on their behalf is sublime and superb. So even as the Holocaust unfolded in 1942-43, anti-Jewish prejudice remained, persisted in some significant quarters of the Vatican, especially in the person of Monsignor Angelo Dell'Acqua, who was the Pope's advisor on Jewish matters and who held anti-Semitic views that definitely influenced the decision-making process within the Vatican. So 2 months after the roundup of the Jews of Rome, in this report of December 1943, he advised against direct rescue of Jews within the Vatican, saying that recently too many non-Aryans have been visiting the spiritual state. I have always considered it a fundamental rule of wisdom to be very careful when talking to Jews. When one should advise to talk less, they talk too much and this causes them some trouble. And here he's actually talking more about, especially that Father Martin will not come back to that example. Moving forward to the liberation, the discovery of the full extent of the death camps did not change after the persistence of anti-Jewish prejudice among Vatican leaders. I will give another example from Monsignor Angelo Dell'Acqua. In the post-war period, the Vatican proposed the departure of Jewish survivors and refugees from Italy to mandatory Palestine for geopolitical, religious reasons, but also because of all the new prejudice. In April 1946, a group of 1,000 Jewish refugees were blocked in the port of La Spezia in Liguria by British authorities, and they undertook a hunger strike. They wrote to the Pope asking for his support. Monsignor Angelo Dell'Acqua, of course, advised against any support of the Pope to the Jewish refugees going to Palestine, saying that at the end of the report, I do not think that the initiative of a hunger strike will last very long. It is not the habit of the Jews to suffer long and patiently. On the contrary, they like to live and to live well. So in 1946, quote, bears witness to a complete lack of awareness of the Holocaust, of course, but also an impossibility to see the Jews as victims, but rather as the eternal enemy of Christianity. And there was also part of that view was fueled by the belief in a form of Jewish revenge after the war, and the myth of the Jewish Judeo-communism, Judeo-Bolshevism after the war. And one example of that is, of course, the Pierbattista program in 1946 in Poland, in which 42 Jews were killed. Catholic philosophers, Jacques Maritain, at the time the French ambassador to the Holy See, begged his friend Monsignor Martini, future Pope VI, to convince Pius XII to finally speak out clearly against anti-Semitism, saying that that Nazism has been defeated, the circumstances have changed. But in vain, an internal report by Montini himself advised against a public statement, in part because, at the end, he said he was also observed that here and there, Jews were taking revenge and committing reprehensible actions. Not only Montini, but also Tardini, who was the sort of equivalent of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, expressed the same views. For instance, in a letter to the former Romanian ambassador to the See in 1949, claiming that in many countries such as Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, the leaders of the persecution against Catholics are the Jews. So in sum, the stigma of perfidy remained, and was adapted to present circumstances like the emerging Cold War. An additional factor, a very sensitive issue after the war, is of course the one of conversion and the fate of Jewish children in Catholic institutions. And here I would like to mention the case of Father Marie Benoit. Father Marie Benoit, who was a French Capuchin friar and was recognized as righteous among the nation in 1966, saved many Jews, thousands of Jews persecuted first in France and then in Italy. Then he remained in Italy during the So Father Marie Benoit was in Rome after the liberation, and he came under investigation by the Holy Office because of his very close ties with the Jewish community at the time. In October and November 1944, so after the liberation of Rome, Marie Benoit led a series of conferences hosted by the Sister of Zion in Rome on the theme of Christian-Jewish friendship. And that prompted the suspicion of the Holy Office. Marie Benoit claimed that his role was to convert those Jews based on a common ground, which was the Old Testament and especially the Genesis. He said it's a common ground on which we can meet. But for the consultors of the Inquisition, there was, of course, not enough. The Cardinal Rafic from the Holy Office warned Marie Benoit that he should ensure that the crucifix prevails over the brazen serpent of Moses. So here, reaffirmation of the replacement theology. And in a decisive report by the promoter of justice, Pierre, which I would like to quote because it's so important to see the difference with the Nostra Aetate. December 8, 1944, he stated that to achieve greater unity between Jews and Christians, which is a natural end, Father Benedict compromised the supernatural realm of faith. To promote the material and moral well-being of Jews, he endangers the spiritual salvation of Jews and Catholics. Saying a Catholic priest deal with such grave religious issues exclusively according to the Old Testament would lead both groups to believe that one testament is as good as the other. Jews will lose the momentum they may have thrown them to Christianity, and Catholics will fall into religious indifference, which necessarily occurs when the walls separating different religions fall. And I think here we can really feel the discrepancy with Nostra Aetate only 20 years later. Father Marie Benoit accepted the criticism, and he actually wrote a report for the Holy Office in July 1945 about the theme of conversion and of Jewish children, especially in Catholic institutions. He warned the Vatican that this was a very sensitive issue and concluded that, at the end of that word, not all means are acceptable to convert Jews. But the Holy Office did not follow Marie Benoit's advice. On the contrary, the Holy Office adopted a very hard line on that theme in its instruction of March 1946, which is approved by Prince 12. The general principle remained that the baptized cannot be returned. For unbaptized children who have no parents, it is not the Jewish community that has the right to claim them and educate them. The church is responsible for them. It saved them physically and has the right to educate them and save them spiritually. So that decision, of course, informed the finale affair. III and new Vatican archives show that the Vatican central administration was reluctant to return children, for they had been baptized, and on the contrary, local church leaders like Cardinal and the nuncio in Paris, who was Roncalli at that time, so John 23, were much more moderate on that issue. So there was a discrepancy between the Vatican and local representatives. I think it's important here just to mention the reaction of Monsignor Gustavo Testa, who was the apostolic delegate to Jerusalem from 1934 to 1953. In July 1953, he sent a report to the Vatican describing the shameful and diabolical campaign of hatred and slander that has been unleashed by the Israeli press against the Catholic Church over the finally children affair. And then he was actually just right after, he was moved to be nuncio to Switzerland. And he mentioned, he wrote a report about the World Jewish Congress. I was deeply saddened to know that none of those who spoke to mourn the treatment of Jews during the recent conflict felt compelled to mention the interest and relief of the Holy See and so many Catholics on behalf of the Jews. It might have been surprising that amidst so much ingratitude and neglect such a mention was made. So here was also the classic trope of Jewish ingratitude. Okay, so in the very last section of my talk, as you may have already understood, in this context of persistence of unaddressed Vatican anti-Semitism did not encourage the official approval of Jewish-Christian dialogue. On the contrary, the Vatican demonstrated hostility and mistrust toward any kind of Jewish-Christian initiative, such as the 1947 Salisbury Conference. In December of 1948, the Holy Office issued a monitor that imposed conditions and restrictions on Catholics who might be tempted to participate in Jewish-Christian meetings. Catholics could participate only with the authorization of their ecclesiastic hierarchy and only as observers, not fully participants. And furthermore, it was not appropriate that such authorization be given to eminent persons in the Catholic world. And these meetings could not take place in Catholic institutions. In October 1949, Jules Isaac was received in an audience by Pius XII. He showed the Pope the first bulletin of the Amitié Judéo-Chrétienne, as well as the Salisbury Declaration and other documents. But this meeting only increased the Vatican's suspicion toward Jewish-Christian dialogue. And a month after, 10 days after, in October 1949, Pius XII submitted that documentation that Jules Isaac had brought to Vatican to the Holy Office for review. And a year later, the Secretary of State sent a memorandum to all the members of the Vatican diplomacy, bringing the attention to the monitor of December 1948, so the one limiting the participation of Catholics to Jewish-Christian meetings. And it's interesting that that monitor, that circular, was sent to the entire global Catholic community in places like Korea, Ottawa, Iraq, Philippines. So a very important point that the Vatican wanted to stress. There was, of course, reluctance to change the liturgy and the accusation of perfidy. I will not dwell on that, I'm sure you all know that. The process of revising Catholic theology regarding Jews was slow under Pius XII, hesitant and incomplete. There are three different states, 48, 53 and 56 reform that was still incomplete and did not address the accusation of space. Real change required a change of pontificate. I argue that Pius XII was the last intransigent pope, which I mean the legacy of the 19th century intransigentism, and relationship with the modern world. Relationship with modernity that changed with Roncalli, John the 23rd. But we know that Nostra Aetate the process of adopting Nostra Aetate was difficult and long, in part because of the opposition, the internal opposition, including from a trend of ultra-traditionalist sectors who also profess form of anti-Semitism against Nostra Aetate. And also because of the controversy of the trip of Pope Paul VI to journey to the Holy Land. So a very difficult process of adopting Nostra Aetate. And if Nostra Aetate was a watershed, as I tried to show in the few examples that I presented to you, the discrepancy between the anti-Semitism within the Vatican professed in the 1940s and 50s, and then Nostra Aetate, we can really measure how much has been accomplished to reach the point of Nostra Aetate. But Nostra Aetate was only a starting point, I would argue, as anti-Semitism was not fully addressed by that declaration. And an example of this is, I don't know, I didn't show it at the end, but was in the one of the previous slides, John Paul II Declaration on the Shoah, we remember, 1998, which was an act of repentance for the sins and errors committed by Catholics in the face of genocide, so it's an important declaration. It's also a declaration that defended the actions of Joseph World. And it is ambivalent and limited because the declaration of John Paul II established a very strict dichotomy and separation between Christian anti-Judaism on one side and modern anti-Semitism on the other side, thus downgrading, minimizing the role of the Catholic Church in professing also modern anti-Semitism, for instance in l'Osservatore Romano and publication like Civiltà Cattolica. I will stop here and thank you for your attention.
Okay, so great. So now I think I've asked Carmen and to come up over here. We're going to get a little more of the all right, so yeah, we'll gather our three speakers up over here, and now there'll be an opportunity. We have around a half hour for conversation. The panelists can speak with each other and offer questions and comments, and of course we welcome questions, comments, observations from everyone here in the audience as well. Okay, great. And so we have a microphone that can go around for questions and comments. Maybe I appreciate the flexibility there. Maybe we could just start if there are questions or observations that you have for each other. You have the mic over here. We just need to turn it on. Okay, so yeah, we can start over here with review of questions or observations generated by each other's papers, and then move on to the audience.
This is a surprise.
Okay, well, all right. If, we could be flexible here too, answering your own. But yeah, we can take questions, observations from any source. You can just raise a hand and give a mic over to you.
Thank you very much for your presentations. The question of whether Nostra Aetate addresses contemporary Jews came up. And I thought that based on Nostra Aetate number 4, it would be helpful to read And it says, true, the Jewish authorities and those who followed their lead pressed for the death of Christ. Still, what happened in his passion cannot be charged against all the Jews without distinction, then alive, nor against the Jews of today. So it seems that it does address the contemporary Jews. And so I just thought I would ask Gavin, how do you interpret that line?
Thanks. It's okay. Yeah. I guess I would quote to you another Vatican document from 2015, which is from the Commission for Religious Relations with the Jewish People, which says explicitly that I can't remember the exact quote. It is sometimes the case that Nostra Aetate has been overread. And it is not until 1980 when Pope John Paul II identifies contemporary Jews in his audience at Mainz in Germany with the people who have inherited the covenant, that we actually get this development of identification. So I think you're right, that particular statement implies unknown Jews subsequently, but it doesn't actually sort of indicate clearly that what's being spoken about is contemporary Jews. I mean, there's a good argument that since the sections on Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism are all indicating, if you like, allied communities, that should be read in that way. But I think that the fact that the 2015 Vatican document itself acknowledges the over-reading of Nostra Aetate is it maybe needs to give us a bit of pause. So I think I would sort of say there is a battle of interpretation there, and the fact that, interestingly, the Church group involved in the interpretation and teaching of that document comes out and indicates that there has been no reading implies otherwise. But I'm not trying to denigrate, I just think we need a clear statement to make the identification, and it didn't happen internal to the document. But it did happen in the commentaries from Cardinal Ben.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, I have a question that is for all of you, and maybe a naive question. I was wondering whether the initiative of the Nostra Aetate is an outcome of Christian Catholic dialogue on the question of the relationship with Jews and anti-Semitism, etc., or if there was at this time in this social-political context, historical context, some pressure from outside to do this initiative, to take this step, whether direct pressure from actors, or it could be just, the historical context that was pressuring the church at this point. This is my question.
I would say both. It's not an answer, but I would say definitely both. Internal process and outside pressure or changes. And in my view, and that's what I'm trying to show also in my talk, that change within the church for me happened from the margin more than from the center, and it's the role of also individual actors like, for instance, Martin, who remained until the council remained a majority, thinking about the necessity of revising the traditional Catholic teaching on Jews.
Yeah, I agree. Also, there are, of course, specific events like Wolf's the deputy that are criticism about 2012 is already starting, and you see the pressure on the Council Fathers to deal with these things. But in a way, even this clear separation between what is the pressure from the outside and the inside, it's a bit problematic because there is also this global discourse that Catholics are simply part of, so it has the specific codification of the Catholic language, but these questions of how to how to approach Jews at this time when the memory of Auschwitz is being consolidated is clearly something that resonates both within and without. So maybe even the separation is not the best way to look at it, but because this is really like a give and take, and the border is kind of porous, I would say.
And it's also on the specific issue of anti-Semitism, and then more broadly how the church at that time related to modernity, and that's what I think is made Nostra Aetate possible. It's a new relationship to our modernity and freedom of religion.
I would not disagree with anything said. I just it's very interesting when we look at the papers sent in before the council from the Universal Church, asking the church what is it that they want to discuss. The question about the Jewish people came up in 7 documents compared to the thousands that had come up about liturgy and other subjects. So really it was a non-subject. The important move comes from John the 23rd, who in fact instructs Cardinal Ben that he must prepare a document on this topic. Now there's some discussion as to the role of Hugh Zizak's work and the relationship that John had personally with him. So there are personal, individual players. But what's very important is that the momentum for it comes from the Pope alone. Again, hierarchical churches when it works in that way. But the other fantastically interesting thing is that the different bishops in the council then actually begin to exert pressure. And the American bishops, incredible pressure to the point of leaking the early draft to the newspapers, despite having taken an oath of secrecy that nothing could be shared with the council floor. It's the American newspaper that leaked the draft, and there are various candidates for who did it. But the fascinating bit is that then the local church's interests, so the German bishops, French bishops, the UK bishops, the European bishops had an investment in some way to attend to this question. And the African bishops said, wow, what's going on? The Indian bishop said, well, if you're talking about the Jews, we want the Hindus and the Buddhists mentioned. And the Middle Eastern bishop said, well, we want the Muslims mentioned. So there is an internal energy as well to an initiative that I think comes very exclusively from the Pope.
Question. Thank you, Noah Vega from the University Institute for the Study of Anti-Semitism. I'm just trying to think through these 3 very interesting and different presentations. And I'm running up against this problem of what is the church, right? We have the universal church, we have the local church, the people from Tantur were mentioning, here the Christians are a minority versus the white, European, colonizing, etc. And then I'm thinking of the specific example of Poland as a Catholic country, right? Which is not, as in Conrad's talk, decolonizing at all. If anything, maybe there is some advance of, secularism or absenteeism, but at the same time, there's a very powerful revanche of, the Pius X Brotherhood and this pre-Vatican II position, right? And this relates also to what Gavin was talking about, because, the idea that the Jews are not responsible for the murder of Christ is under attack, as far as I understand it, in Poland. And the attack is gaining popularity. And for Nina, the actual example that you chose of post-war Jewish pogrom happens to be a Polish one. One of many, actually, a whole series of political violence. So then the question would be, again, getting back to it, what is the church? Is there today, what is the situation of Nostra Aetate today
inside the church, the actual church, also not only in the decolonizing areas of the church, but also places where traditional Catholicism and traditional anti-Semitism are still strong.
That puts a lot out there. You may want to pick up aspects of that question.
Okay, that's one question that you.
First of all, I mean, the word the Jews, it's also a question of the same dimensions, more or less. It seems to me, and this is also the challenge that I try to highlight, that the bigger challenge is exactly how to hold this enormous diversity that includes so many different configurations also of power, and so many different political contexts, and of course doctrinal issues, and I would maybe imagine how David would have answered the question about the church. There are doctrines, right? There is the doctrinal discourse which unifies the church, but of course it can be interpreted differently in different locations, and in our ERC project this is exactly the question. So this is very different. It's always related to the way a specific place seeks to define itself, the specific challenges and the specific enemies and others that this place encounters. So on the one hand you can say it's so diverse that there is no unity there, and sometimes this is actually, it feels like that. I can say that, you know, where some of us were in Rome two weeks ago, and there was this enormous ceremony that was so extremely diverse with all the customs that you can imagine and with people coming from all over the world, but there was really a sense that it's not clear what exactly this is. So what is the what is the message, what is the core? It's not always clear. I think also the church is now in the process of reconsidering and rethinking its center, and it seems to me that this is exactly, I mean, there is a mirror process within the Jewish world that also has to ask itself very, very fundamental questions about what exactly is it that makes us all Jews. It's not at all clear. So this is what makes this relationship so interesting.
Just if I can add on the specific Kirch program 46, also local Polish bishops interpreted the program as a reaction against Judeo-communism and Jewish revenge. I think it's the Archbishop of Krakow who sent that specific accusation to the Vatican. So here there's also a local aspect, and of course I would agree with Karma on that. And I would stress that there has been actually few scholarship on also anti-Semitism in ultra-traditionalist movements after Vatican II. At least there should be maybe more investigation on that in the Lefebvre kind of nebula. And Giovanni Nicoli in Italy has worked a little bit on that, but I think there's maybe more to be addressed and studied.
I'll just stand up because of the back, I can't see people. I think my answer would be you have to refine the question as to what are you trying to identify, because I would say, if to the question what is the unity of the church, it is clearly defined in terms of Catholic self-understanding, which is the magisterium, the bishops, the sacraments, and the doctrinal elements that constitute, by that group, what is going on. Now, just connected with the question that you're raising now, it seems to me that the Council is a document which has universal authority over all Catholics. Nostra Aetate, because it's a declaration, some have questioned its level of authority. And it's not only the Polish Church, but also in the US Church, there's a resurgence of anti-Semitic Catholic traditionalists who have as much right to be called Catholics because of their attempted fidelity to the Church. And their argument is that a recent document cannot overturn previous teachings. So there's an internal discussion, as there has to be, between the local churches, the different bishops' conferences, attending to the different pressures. So the fact that this great presentation that you did would be wonderful to look at this presentation after the council, where you would find lots of evidence, I think, clearly of anti-Semitic remarks by bishops and priests in different countries. But to me, this is just part of the 400-year process of trying to assimilate any document. That there's going to be internal division and discussion. And I know it sounds perverse, but I think that's actually healthy, because it's the assimilation of the doctrine within the church that really does count over time. So, yeah, the argument against some of the Polish community that you're talking about must happen over what do these documents teach, what is their authority, and is it wrong to be anti-Semitic if you're a Catholic? And there has to be a sense in which that can be resolved.
Just one follow-up. One of the interesting things about this, the ceremonies and the events in Rome was that Pope Leo said explicitly that the Nostra Aetate is a triangle document, which was kind of stunning.
Well, Carmen, you have the microphone, so you have a question.
Right.
Yeah, just so, and I should just say that this format encourages questions that integrate the different talks, but each of them, of course, stand on their own, and you're welcome to raise questions and observations about each individual. Carmine, and also there won't be enough time, nearly enough time to address everyone's questions, and we apologize for that. But of course, we're heading into lunch, and so we'll be continuing the conversation then.
So I had a follow-up question on Matthew Pape's question to Gavin, and also Gavin's answer. And I'm wondering if we're not mixing two things. If we're not mixing the Jews of the past and the Jews that are internal to Catholic theology, which sometimes go together, but perhaps it would be helpful or instrumental to think about them separately, because very clearly Nostra Aetate is not referring to historical events, to the Shoah, to whatever, also not to Jewish liturgy or rabbinic. This is really not part of it. But it does reflect also in terms of contemporary, in contemporary terms, these internal Jews that are part of doctrine, and at least since Augustine, are living at the same time within doctrine, within scripture, and also outside. So in a way, I think this presence was there. I hope it's clear. But what do you think about that? Because it was supposed to be a question, then it was an answer. Very difficult.
I think in one way there were three constellations that could be identified as Jews within the Nostra Aetate. The first is the internal. So, in the document it's clear that Mary, Jesus, and the early disciples were Jews. And that significance in the first line, when we delve into the mystery of the church, it doesn't say that about any of the other religious groups. So immediately we have this potentially, almost it seems, narcissistic moment when talking about the other, we're talking about the self. Then there's the second Jewish constellation, which is the Jews which exist in the Bible. Before the coming of Christ, and in that sense, are seen as the prefiguration of the church. And then the third, which I think was what Matthew was wanting to raise, which is, let's call it shorthand, but not to get confused, rabbinic Jews. Jews out there who are other than the church, who don't want to be understood in Christian terms necessarily. And I think my comment was that until 1980, do we have the kind of push of the boat to say Jews, as Jews define themselves, are actually important to the Catholic Church. And then we find that very idea reflected in the notes that comes from the Commission of Relations with the religious relations with the Jews, to say that Catholics must endeavour to understand Jews as they define themselves. Now that's a real moment in history. Because until then, one might say, really only the theological Jew was the object of interest, either as internal or as past, but never as other. And in a sense, if you look at church, the last two documents on the Jewish people coming from the church, and this is a really shock moment, they quote rabbinic sources. Up until then, biblical sources are the only things that are mentioned saying this is what we have in common. And then we have the quotation of rabbinic sources, which raises the really fantastic question, why are Catholics quoting rabbinic sources to Catholics in documents that are supposed to be teaching the church? And the answer could be that the real other is now beginning to appear within the frames of discourse. How other they can be, I really wonder, because there is a limit in terms of the overarching theology of all people are destined towards one end, which is the beatific vision. But that goes a bit further than the question.
If I can just add, that was maybe an interpretation would be that part about, that part you mentioned the Jews of today is connected to the condemnation of anti-Semitism and the condemnation of also traditional Christian anti-Judaism. So it's kind of a negative, if you want, a negative mention of Jews of today, which was very important at that time, as the church show, but it's not, the mention of Jews of today is not so much in the part about the positive aspect, spiritual, maybe that's.
Okay, we're going to aim for 2 more questions, I think.
So, I wasn't going to, but I will add something to this last point, because I do have the impression that even rabbinic Jews may not be enough as a way of going towards the present-day Jews, in the sense that we're still putting Jews inside of a certain religious system. The real question are flesh and blood Jews that we meet every day. And I remember Jürgen Moltmann said something like, the real question for Jewish-Christian dialogue is not Judaism, it's Jews. Setting ourselves in front of Jews. My question, okay, so I follow your lead, and we'll ask a question to one person about one talk. This is for Karma. I really appreciated what you did in the sense that you showed us how both the church and the Jewish people were changing. So that was an interesting take on this big evolution that we're in. Now, it's a question about, did I well perceive a tension inside of your talk? In the sense that I have a feeling that when you speak about the way that Jewish-Christian relations have flourished in the wake of the development of liberalism and democracy in the West, you may be saying that they are related, that these two movements are related, and that they may be put under duress in many southern countries where the movement towards democracy and liberalism is not the case. So that would be a challenge, that the global South would be a challenge to Jewish-Christian relations. But at the same time, I was very interested in hearing you say how many Jews now still imagine Christians as being Western, white, powerful, and well, this is actually changing. So my question is, when Christians and Jews will realize that Christians are not Western, white, powerful, will that be helpful? Can that help in this relationship? Because it will be, new starts don't exist, but fresh starts don't completely exist, but it can give something of a fresh start, maybe.
Wow, I don't know the answers for this question. When we discussed this last time, we spoke about not only the global South as a challenge, but also Israel, and then we spoke about Israel as the Jewish global South, right? That was the, and indeed the Western, I think that it's important to note that the Western tradition is contested within the Jewish community, not just as it is contested within the Christian world and within other worlds, of course. So because it is often seen as something that the Jewish Christian thing is a Western thing, and the Jews belong to the West, but we see that the same tensions also exist within the Jewish community. The drama in Israel is impossible to understand without seeing it through this prism, I think. I don't know. I'm a bit suspicious towards this idea that now we're going to have this covenant of the non-Westerns, and then because apparently it doesn't work, at least not with Jews. These connections somehow fail, perhaps because it is, again, the divisions are too strong. Everything is Western today. It's not really possible to also the anti-Western is very Western, right? So this is something, no, seriously, everything is impacted by the encounter with the West, the response to the Western tradition, the good stuff, right, liberalism, and also colonialism, and we can't really separate these things. Perhaps this is the most important thing. Things are together, and this dark side cannot completely be dismissed in a way. So I think the question is also how we reconcile with the West, or take from the West the good things that the West can offer without dismissing the fact that even the best things in Western tradition come also with a shadow. I don't know how this can be done. I can't say that I'm optimistic because exactly because these kind of attempts to make alliances seem to fall apart from various directions. But I do think that putting the question or the problem, the crisis of liberalism, on the agenda is central because it's not only an inter-religious thing and an intercultural thing, it's also very much about this crisis with regards to what the West means and how and whether it can do good and save the day or not.
Okay, great. So just one final question, observation.
Is this on? Yeah.
Please.
I'm actually a last year professor at the university. So I have a question that's doctrinal and has to do with the covenant as irrevocable. And I actually read something and called this a mystery. So one of the core Jewish Christian problems, barriers, is not only having killed Christ or not, but needing to go through Christ for grace and salvation. Jews have a different view of grace and don't seek salvation at all in the same terms. It's much more enacting the will of God than a concern with personal salvation. But how is the church able to acknowledge a separate Jewish validity if Jews, and this is the conversion question too, are not going through Christ? I have a lot of thoughts about Torah is the word, Christ is the word, and working with that. And I also just want to add about Pope Leo and popes. I think that they have enormous impact on the world in circulating this discussion, whether or not you're Catholic. Though, as you know, for example, the question I asked, there's now voices in the American Christian communities that Jews are a different religion and aren't saved.
Yeah, thank you very much. My sense is that this is the question that inevitably is now on the table. And at the moment there is an attempt, I think, certainly from the 2015 document, to present some guidelines on how to think about it. So, number one, it is reiterated that the Church rejects the position that there can be two paths to salvation. Number two, the Church reiterates the position that all salvation is from Jesus Christ. Number three, paragraph 36 of the document, sorry, I'm not that impressive because I've been teaching it recently. Paragraph 36 has this remarkable sentence. It cannot be questioned that the Jews participate in God's salvation. then when your jaw's going to fall off, you notice there's a comma and the sentence continues. And the sentence continues, and how this is possible without explicitly confessing Christ is a mystery. But earlier in the document, it brings up the statement that there can be different types of faith, both explicit and implicit. So I think in a way, Catholicism is on this terribly exciting, for those of you looking for PhD topics, this is it. This exciting moment of trying to explain, here is an authentic covenant, it is with the true and living God, it constitutes in that sense revelation in a way that no other religion does, sui generis. Wow, no wonder many traditionalists say this is weird. How can the Catholic Church, having always said it is the one way to salvation, now talk about another valid path, okay? So it's a good tension that's raised. The way it's answered, I think, is something in there. But I would have to say that given the first two comments, implicit faith in some form or other seems to be the inevitable way that this must be expressed. An implicit faith goes back to recognizing or not recognizing the otherness of the Jewish people. You know, who wants, like Muslims tell me, I may have implicit faith, and really I am a Muslim if I can get rid of some of my doctrinal errors. Well, obviously that's not a kind of great way to address the other. But if it's the way you are going to, then come clean. It's helpful.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Let me do three things now. First, I'll ask you to all join me in thanking our three speakers. Okay, and now there are two logistical items. First, just for those who are participating in the local interfaith panel, from 4:30 to 6:30. We just wanted to convene about some logistics. So if you could just, after we wrap up here, if you could just come to the front over here, those of you on that panel, so that we can just talk logistics there. And then finally, that takes me to lunch. And here we enter into our canon and mystery. So please pay attention. So we've got participants in the conference whose names are on the program and their families. So they're being covered for lunch through the conference. And so if you don't have a kosher arrangement, then you can just go ahead to the dining room and if you are having a kosher meal, then you should be in touch with Pedro. You have the logistics on that, but yeah, you have a mouth open, so maybe not. Okay. Well, okay, we'll continue. We got a mic. Okay.
Here's what I think. I think that the conference goes with tag, and that there'll be kosher and not kosher in the dining room.
Oh, okay, so I'll set it then. Okay, and then
attendees.
Right. Yeah. So then, if you are not among conference participants or family, then you should. You can have lunch at the dining hall, but it's not covered by the conference. So you should proceed to the Oasis Lounge, which is just across from the check-in desk, and lunch is $20 US. And of course, if you're not joining for lunch, we reconvene here at 2:30, I suppose, right? Or 2. Let's clarify that. 2 p.m. For our second panel on Nostra Aetate and Middle Eastern politics.
Good afternoon. I hope you all had a good rest and good meal. My name is Hanna Mendikowski. And I'm going to chair this panel. I'm coming from the Rafic Center for Education and Dialogue. It's a center that was established more than 20 years ago originally to promote Jewish-Christian dialogue in the context of Israel, but after the founder, Daniel Rossing, and some of you knew very well, passed away, the organization was expanded, and we work in promoting peace and inclusive society, shared society for Jews, Christian, Muslim, Israelis, and Palestinians. I mainly work in Jewish-Christian dialogue, and I mainly do educational work among Israeli Jews. I mainly teach Christianity in non-academic institutions and programs. And we have a couple of colleagues and staff members and former staff members here, so it's a pleasure to be among them and among a lot of other friends from the Interfaith world. In October 2010, when a group of 185 synodal fathers entered the Basilica of St. Peter in Rome for the opening ceremony of the Synod of Bishops of the Middle East, the colorful liturgical garments of the Eastern Catholic churches stood out. 140 of the 185 participants came from these churches. Beyond the diverse liturgical tradition, the issues that raised by the bishops at the synod were different from those preoccupying Catholic in Latin America, Africa, and Europe. Almost all live as minorities in their countries, mostly in Muslim-majority states. They spoke about the problem of emigration from the Middle East, the threat to human rights, the religious freedom in threat in their countries. They emphasize the importance of dialogue with Islam as a matter of existential necessity, as well as the importance of strengthening the bonds between the various churches and raising awareness to their situation. Relations with Jews, of course, were marginal in the discussion, but it was there. The document written 50 years earlier to that meeting, 60 years ago, and the debate surrounding it reflect the Western reality, as was discussed earlier in the panel. Christian majority engaged with the Jewish minority. In the Middle East, in the past, the relationship was different. Christian and Jews were both minority communities, and their interaction were often more practical than theological. But the political changes of the 20th century, especially the establishment of the State of Israel, and the Catholic Church need to redefine its approach to the Jewish people, also pushed the churches in the region to reconsider their own stance towards Jews. Here, however, the power balance had shifted. Israel and Jews had become strong, or Israel had become a strong Jewish state, so the Jews are part of the majority, while Palestinian Christians remained a small and vulnerable minority. The tension between the commitment to the church decision on the one hand and the political reality on the other forced Christians, in the cases we're going to discuss today, the Coptic, the Palestinian, and later on the church more broadly, to examine the theopolitical and their stance on Israel-Palestine conflict. And we have very interesting talks coming in this panel. The first speaker about the Coptic Church, and I'm looking forward to hear that because I have a very good relationship with the Coptic sisters here in Jerusalem, and we exchange, we learn, we teach each other language and religion, and they try, they're so isolated, so they try to keep themselves, disconnected from news and politics, but it's obviously not the church as an institution. So our first speaker is Amir Grisper, is a PhD student in the Department of Islam and Middle Eastern Studies at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, from which he also holds an MA and a BA, joined with the Department of Political Science at the Hebrew University. His disciplinary focus in the history of modern Arab world, particularly in Egypt. He conducted research on the political aspect of Egyptian ultra-football fans phenomenon, and is currently studying the affairs of the Coptic minority in Egypt. His PhD thesis, supervised by Professor Eli Podeh, examines contemporary Egyptian Coptic perceptions of the State of Israel, Zionism, and the Jews. Please,
Well, as you can see, I'm a little bit out of my field here. Anyway, my PhD research over the Coptic relationship, the relationship between the Coptic minority and the State of Israel, actually made me come across this out-of-my-field subject of the Coptic reaction to the Second Vatican Council, which is very interesting, as we shall see. Just to give a little bit of a background, because the Copts are a little bit unknown. The Copts constitute about 10% of the Egyptian population. It means that today we're speaking about perhaps 10 million. At the time of Vatican II, we're speaking at around 3. Now, the Coptic, as you all probably know, the Coptic Church is considered to be the principal heir of the ancient Church of Alexandria, which had split following the Chalcedonian Schism in 451. And since then, they were considered to be a rebellious church under the Imperial Byzantine rule. Actually, when the Islamic Caliphate conquered Egypt in the 7th century, the situation of the Christians, of the Copts, were actually much better because they were actually recognized. Christianity and Coptic Christianity was recognized, but as a Dhimmi population, it means that they were religiously inferior vis-a-vis the ruling Muslims, along with the Jews, another minority, neglected minority in Egypt. Now, about Judaism, well, one should say that the Coptic, the Alexandrian Church, actually originated of the large Jewish population of Alexandria in the 1st century. And this is why one could spot many similarities or common features between these two communities in the 1st century, and also shared inspirations such as, for example, Philo, the Jew of Alexandria. Yet in the 2nd, perhaps 3rd century, these communities have grown much more apart. In the 3rd century, you can already see anti-Judaic polemics, primarily through the main figure of Origen. And in the 5th century, you can already speak of anti-Jewish riots in Alexandria, led by no other than the Alexandrian Pope, the Pope of Alexandria, Saint Cyril. Yet, as we said, the Muslim conquest actually cooled down a little bit the rivalry between the two groups in Alexandria and in Egypt in general, which actually encouraged the fact that when Coptic was replaced by Arabic, perhaps in the 12th century, this is where the Coptic Church actually opted not to turn to its sister Middle Eastern churches, Arab churches, for an Arab version of the Old Testament, but rather they turned to the Jewish Egyptian version of Rabbi Sadi Gaon, and to embrace it as their official version of the Pentateuch. And actually, we actually have evidence of the religious collaboration between Christian and Jewish scholars in the Middle Age, in Cairo in the Middle Ages, actually surrounding this particular text. Now, moving to modern times, this is a little bit more from my field. In the 19th century, that the Dhimma status was actually assumed by the ruler of Egypt in the early 19th century, Muhammad al-Pasha. And this actually turned the Copts and the Jews to some sort of what you could call equal citizens at the time. And this actually encouraged the integration of the Copts in the Egyptian public sphere, that includes the economy and bureaucracy perhaps, and also politics. And actually, with the entrance of the British colonialism in the late 19th century, this is when actually Copts joined the emerging Egyptian nationalist movement, and particularly to the current led by the Waqf party, which was a party that endorsed a nationalist model of a civic, territorial, secular Egyptian nationalism, which prevailed after the First World War. And the Waqf became the ruling party in the Egyptian constitutional monarchy. And the Copts were very well integrated into that party. They had very good political representation, though the Egyptian monarchy actually suffered a lot of hardships during the interwar period, perhaps notably towards its end, the defeat to the newly formed State of Israel in 1948, and which actually was one of the main stimulators perhaps for the 1952 Free Officers coup led by military officers, one of whom was Gamal Abdel Nasser, who actually took control of that group in 1954. Now, Nasser went on to form an entire regime, you could call it, that was actually named after his name, Nasserism. And he had a very comprehensive ruling ideology that included much, perhaps, of the defects, that resonated perhaps with much of the defects of the monarchical era. One of these was, well, the fact that it had a strong sense of Arab nationalism, what you could call pan-Arabism, which has a strong sense of anti-Zionism in it. And, well, for our purposes, perhaps, Nasser formed an authoritarian regime. I mean, he abolished parliament and disbanded all of the parties from the monarchical era, including the Wafd party, which the Copts were well represented in. And that actually put the Copts in some sort of a predicament, since they actually lost their political representation. And in 1959, who stepped into that vacuum in the representation of the Copts was the Coptic Church, led by its newly installed Pope, as of 1959, Cyril VI. Now, Cyril and Nasser formed a kind of relationship, one that in research it was said to be restoring, or resembling at least, the historic Ottoman-Millet arrangement between the Muslim rule and the minority, religious institutions of the minority, or the religious leaders of the minority, which is a sort of a clientelist relationship, give and take, between two parties, where it is quite obvious who is superior and who is inferior. Yet in 1960s Egypt, it meant that the Coptic Church was granted political privileges in Nasrid Egypt. That means perhaps they were getting a significant communal autonomy, and they were also receiving a lot of government support, for example, for the construction of the 1965 St. Mark's Central Cathedral in Cairo, which Nasser himself laid the cornerstone to in the July 1965 ceremony. And on the church, what regards the church is that the church had to endorse all the moves by Nasrid Egypt. That includes the internal policies, such as the famous Arab socialism of Nasser. And, well, when it comes to foreign policies, that includes perhaps the supporting controversial foreign actions, such as, for example, the endorsing the Egyptian involvement in the North Yemeni Civil War beginning in 1962, which were highly controversial in the Arab world and in the world in general. Now, this is the political climate where you can see where occurs the congregation of the Second Vatican Council. Now, the Coptic are obviously not Catholic, but they were entitled to send two of their observers to the council, and who were actually not very influential, though they did join the larger Arab bloc, which was led by Arab Eastern Patriarchs, or Eastern Catholic Patriarchs, who did have a say in the council, and they opposed the Jewish declaration right from its onset when it was only a draft. And, well, the conciliar majority who supported the Jewish declaration tried to offer a compromise in which the Jewish declaration would not be a single refer only to the Jews, but rather it would be incorporated in a large text that deals with non-Christian religions in general. And well, it was rejected by the Arab bloc. Yet, in order to avoid any inconveniences or a clash with the Arab world, led by Nasser at the time, the conciliar majority thought that he should perhaps unilaterally imply that compromise, and this is where actually came to be Nostra Aetate as we know it, pretty much. And well, in that situation, well, the Nostra Aetate was clearly not supported by the Arab world, who opposed it and did not recognize it. And this was the background for the formulation of the Coptic versus Judaism literature following the Second Vatican Council, which they really didn't have any choice since they were in a very special relationship with the Nazi group to which they had to respond. So perhaps many centuries after not discussing the Jewish issue and actually with having quite a peaceful relationship with, the Coptic Church had to respond, and that literature was composed by perhaps three main figures. One was Anwar Gregorius, the one on the left, who was actually one of the observers in the Vatican Council. The second was perhaps less important, was Anwar Ioannis, who was this secretary of the Synod under Pope Schnoder, who was a much more influential figure in the formulation of the literature, and he contributed to it ever since he was Bishop Schnoder in 1965, and later on when he was Pope Schnoder beginning in 1971, he also wrote as Pope. Now, from my examination of that literature, I myself identified at least three main functions. One was obviously to refute theological recitation of the Nostra Aetate declaration. Perhaps I shouldn't get into too much details, but let's say that it was claimed, for example, that as long as the Jews do not accept Christ, then of course they could not be, the curse of course could not be removed from them. And they also highlighted various, they tried to negate the fraternity sought by the Catholic Church in the Declaration by highlighting certain features of the tradition who negate that fraternity. So, for example, they highlighted the fact that Christianity superseded Judaism, and the fact that there are many discrepancies between the two faiths, and also by highlighting or emphasizing the historical animosity between the two groups. Now, the second function was to delegitimize Zionism on a religious basis. So here the Coptic Church claimed, for example, a very interesting claim, that was the Jews actually have exhausted their prospect of a return to the Holy Land, and all the prophecies that they cite of a return to the Holy Land actually pertain to the Christian Church who superseded Judaism. And another claim that was made is that God actually abandoned the idea of an earthly kingdom, which he granted the Jews back in the times of Saul and David, though they have defied the divine pact and they worship idols, and then they were suffered God's retribution and were dispersed to never return, only as the Christian Church. And all of this to claim that the Zionist presence in the Holy Land is illegitimate, and therefore their crimes against the indigenous Palestinians are, of course, illegitimate. Now, the third, perhaps more interesting function was to try to give some religious justification to the war declared by the Egyptian regime over the state of Israel. Now, here they cited various texts. As you can see, perhaps the most interesting one that I would like to go back to later is the one that says that the peaceful nature of Christianity, which presents itself in the blessed are the peacemakers of Matthew 5:9, does not pertain to injustices, but let's say to illegitimate entities such as the Zionist entity in the Holy Land. And perhaps the most interesting claim was from Pope Schnoder before he was Pope, before the 1967 war, that a Zionist defeat might actually cause the Jews to repent and to accept Christ, because this is what the Jews historically do when they suffer military defeat. They repent to God. So in the end, we know how that war turned out. And what happened is that there were a lot of political changes in Egypt following that war. Nasser died actually 3 years later of a heart attack in 1970, and was replaced by his deputy Anwar Sadat. Now Sadat made an entire political and ideological shift from the Nasser era, and the church obviously in a very special relationship with the Egyptian regime, had to respond to that ideological shift. And therefore, they were in a position where they had to support the famous, it's in our field, corrective revolution of Anwar Sadat, where he got rid of the ex-Nasserite officials in the regime, which, of course, the church did well to support very, with enthusiasm back in the days of Nasser, but now they had to support that corrective revolution, and that was perhaps only the introduction to a more extreme move by the Coptic Church, which is to actually praise Anwar Sadat peace initiative towards Israel in 1977. And here I also gathered a few quotes, like the one from Schnoda, but the most important, perhaps the more important one, is the one from Gregorius, who previously used the same Matthew 5:9 to exclude the Jews from the peaceful nature of Christianity, but this time he actually cited this Matthew 5:9 verse in order to endorse peace with Israel. Now, just to say that these themes turn around very easily, since Sadat's initiative was, it was controversial in Egypt, and it actually got him assassinated in 1981. And, following his assassination, the Israeli-Egyptian peace went on a colder path. It was named a cold peace, and there were a lot of resentment in the Egyptian public towards the peace with Israel, also in light of the Lebanese war and disagreements over the implementation of the peace accords. And this actually caused the Coptic Church again to redisplay perhaps their versus Judaism literature to the Egyptian public through the press during the 1980s and 90s. So what this basically shows is how, let's say that both of the actions taken by the church were actually theologically anchored. They were perhaps anchored theologically, both the endorsing peace and endorsing war against Israel. But what shows is that the politics actually caused the Coptic Church to either reveal or conceal its political ideology according to the political circumstances. Now, this obviously has to be understood since the delicate situation of the Coptic Church as a church that represents a religious and Christian minority in a Muslim majority land who is in war with a Jewish enemy state. So this is the backdrop against which you should understand this. You should understand the situation, and you should end with just saying that nowadays, for example, the political circumstances are much more favorable because, last 2 years aside perhaps, but since the era of Abdel Fattah Sisi, actually the situation between the two governments is quite better, let's say. And this actually allowed the current Coptic Pope, Theologies II, actually to visit Jerusalem in 2015, which is something that obviously did not happen since 1967 and probably much before that. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Maybe before we'll give 10 minutes for questions because I think the topics are quite different, so I think it would be good to have 10 minute break and hear some questions regarding the Coptic Church. But maybe I will start with I will start with the first question. If you could say something about the attitude of the Church toward Israel and taking into consideration the politics of Egypt and the official decision of the Church not to allow official pilgrimage to Israel, to Jerusalem, and how Christians actually disobeyed that practically.
So this is
if you could say something about that.
And meanwhile, if someone wants to take your microphone for another question, and then we pass it to the back. Sure. Maybe first. Oh, you have another question.
Should I answer?
Yeah, please. We'll do before questions.
Inside outside subject. What's happening? I mentioned Tawadus. Now, Tawadus made a President Bush that actually allowed for some sort of pilgrimage to Jerusalem and show in small groups of people not over the age of, under the age of 40. And it is done like quietly. And this is something that actually, he took this move because Pope Schnoda died in 2012, and he was the one who made the absolute ban. And when he deceased, it was a time in the church when nobody knew what's going on, and so I was some sort of made a new arrangement, which still holds the idea of until Israel is not rearranging the Jew-Sultan issue. Until this is not done, then the Coptic pilgrimage will not be a full pilgrimage yet. There would be some sort of an arrangement, a small arrangement of pilgrimage.
So it's because the Sultan is not the political...
When it was Pope Schnoda, Schnoda said, well, if you want to elaborate on that.
The ban is there, but the excuse is there.
If you want to give a little more elaboration, is that, Schnoda, I actually wrote something else about this issue. Schnoda was in favor of the idea when, during the peace process between Israel and Egypt, Schnoda said that if Israel settles the Jerusalem issue, then there would be no problem for the Coptic pilgrims to visit Jerusalem. Yet then, let's say there was a major turmoil in Egypt, and Schnoda was actually internally exiled in Egypt because of differences with the with President Anwar Sadat over the Coptic issue in Egypt, which is another subject, perhaps larger than what we can discuss here. And Schnoda was exiled until 1985, and when he came back, then he came out with a very newfound, very aggressive stance that says that even if Israel settles the Jerusalem issue, then we will not visit Jerusalem unless Jerusalem is liberated from the Israeli colonial rule. So,
great, thank you. Please.
Thank you
You
very much.
didn't say your name, so
Yes, also doesn't
it's
work.
working. Just push the little
Maybe
button.
now. My name is Magdalena Zaczkowska. I'm from Lund University in Sweden. And thank you very much for your presentation. I learned a lot. My question regards the larger context of Eastern churches in, let's say, Middle East. Because I know very little about it, I was wondering if you would be willing to elaborate a little bit and insert this Coptic context into a bit wider context of how other Eastern churches relate or related to Zionism and Judaism and Jews. If you would take this question?
I would take it.
It's a very big topic, so maybe you say
Thank you.
I'm a little bit out of my field. So I do know about the Coptic Church, but I can say that the Catholic Eastern Catholic Patriarch, the Arab Patriarch, opposed, as I said, the declaration during the council. They had to accept it in the end, yes, naturally, because they abide by the council decisions. What's more interesting, perhaps, is the Orthodox. And here you have the Orthodox and the Oriental Orthodox, which the Copts are part of. Now, the Oriental Orthodox were actually very much opposed to the declaration, and it was very easy for them politically to do so because they are not responsible for the outcomes of Vatican II, and also that actually gave them a very good argument against the Catholic churches inside their own countries. For example, the Coptic Catholic Church in Egypt, and also in Syria, it's more influential because in Syria you actually have a lot of Catholic churches and a lot of Orthodox churches and Eastern Orthodox churches. And then there was, at least in Egypt, there was a major well, the Coptic Church used this in order to show that they are much more patriotic than the Coptic Catholic. Okay, in Syria, I know a little bit from the background that I know that the Oriental Orthodox Church of Syria also opposed the Pope Ignatius. I don't remember. Yes. He actually made a joint statement with Cyril VI against the declaration of the council, and they actually both announced that the Jews cannot be exonerated from their side. So that was an interesting statement, and but this is pretty much as far as I can go outside of the church.
Thank you for another conference. People who wait for the kosher food, the food is outside. You can take your lunch and join us.
It's really one punctuation. In Arabic, you know the name of this topic we spoke about adversus Judaism, because I didn't know
Latin name.
How is there one text or
No.
a teaching?
No, I have a book. You know what? Well, it was compiled in a book and compiled many other teachings of the church. I can read
Maybe for the next topic of the
Yeah, so those who might have their lunch, please, you can go outside, just outside the door, there's a kosher lunch, please. Take a minute and...
Thank you. Just also about the same thing, about the book. Do you know that the book has been translated and then commercialized in other countries outside of Egypt? I was thinking in the Middle East in general, but also in Europe.
The book is in Arabic.
Okay.
Well, it is actually it is available online. This is how I got it, because the Coptic Church has a but it's a little hard to get to. The Coptic Church has a very nice project of they upload many of the scriptures, perhaps, and the writings, and therefore, if you look well, and I can give everyone the reference, you can find it. This and many other writings from the church.
Thank you very much, Amir. We'll take again a minute for those who want to grab their lunch and join us. So if you need to go to the restroom or to grab another cup of coffee, and then we're going to move to Mayan's lecture. I will start by introducing Mayan, and then someone will join us from the break. So I really have the pleasure and honor to present a good friend and a colleague to some projects, Dr. Mayan Rafic. He's an academic director of the postdoctoral researcher at the Haifa Laboratory for Religious Studies at the University of Haifa. She completed her doctorate in the Department of Comparative Religions in Hebrew University, where her research explored the complex relationship between Christian theology and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. She has received prestige awards, including the Polonsky Prize and her PhD for her PhD dissertation, a President's Scholarship at the Mandel School for Advanced Studies, and she was a PhD Fellow at the Harry Truman Research Institute for the Advancement of Peace. Mayan leads a research group of doctoral students from across the country and religions who focus on interreligious encounters. She's also actively involved in various forms of interreligious dialogue and works to strengthen the laboratory connection with organizations and scholars in Israel and around the world, engaged in political theology and interreligious dialogue. Currently, Mayan's research focuses on religious leadership, peace building, and interreligious dialogue. Her work aims to understand the role of religious leaders in fostering understanding and resolving conflicts in diverse communities, as well as development of political theology. Mayan, we're looking forward to hearing.
So, thank you so much for having me here and for this important conference. I will say that I'm really happy that we have another decade before 70 years for Nostra Aetate, because had enough. So I want to talk to you today about Nostra Aetate, but from a little bit different angle. So many have been written about Nostra Aetate and its relation and on the influence of Jewish-Christian relation and the influence of opening the Catholic Church, but even the entire Western Christian world, to dialogue with other religions. But one of the things that I want to talk to you today is what is the meaning or the influence of Nostra Aetate about the inner discourse within the Catholic Church, and mainly with non-Western churches. And I would use the Palestinian Christian community as an example for that. So I want to start with one of the very important things that happened in Vatican II, and that is where the Catholic Church was moving from a very ahistorical way of reading the doctrine and revelation that was treated as timeless and abstract, and many times disconnected to time and place. And that is part of the very early debate already about the way Christianity could develop from without the Jewish communities, the Jewish context, and with permission around the world. But Vatican II had a very important new perception of, or say it's new, about the place of revelation within history, as revelation was understood as God's self-disclosure in history. And that we can see in the American say that this work by God in the history of salvation manifests and confirms the teaching. And so we have, by the idea of rereading history and re-understanding revelation within history, a new connection of, or a new link between God, time, place, and the people. That will bring us to two parallel tracks of inclusion that happen within Vatican II. The first one will be Nostra Aetate, and what we can describe as post-Holocaust inclusion. So there's a lot of politics around terminology, so I just choose the one I like. And then the idea is that the inclusion comes from understanding that God works within history. Therefore, the biblical history, salvation history is an important part of the dogma of the Catholic Church. And the Jewish people who are part of this history have a theological role within the church because their role as either the older brother or because they are part of this history. Again, part of the people who are there in time and place. But we have another kind of inclusion which go again to the understanding that revelation can be understood through history. That is, that if revelation could be understood from history, it's also contemporary history that is very meaningful. And post-Holocaust theology is also, and Nostra Aetate was also written within the context of a very contemporary history of the Holocaust and of the catastrophe of the Judaic community within Europe, which in many ways opens a door when we talk about the suffer of and the catastrophe of the Holocaust, to talk about the suffer of people in general, the suffer of or injustice of human beings, with the understanding of Cardinal for the dangerous memory. That is, that there is things in history that we need to tackle as a church from a theological point of view, and without relating to them, we cannot really continue with our theology. So that is Cardinal Matt's very famous saying that I can't do theology with my back to Auschwitz. Which will develop also in Jürgen Moltmann's theology from the Reformed Church in Germany to theology of hope, with the understanding that we need to, as Jürgen Moltmann will say, for a Christian person, any kind of injustice should feel like a knife being stuck to its stomach. That means that Christianity cannot stand aside seeing injustice. And that part of the Vatican II understanding that the Catholic Church needs to understand its place within the world, not above or beside, but as part of the world. And so, while we have Nostra Aetate, at the same time, we have the beginning of acceptance of contextual theology, or post-colonial, or global south, or whatever you want to call it. Which the understanding that if history is important, and if the connection of God to time and place, and so to culture and tradition is important, then we need to be able to read the gospel also from different contexts. That is from the global south, from South America, from Africa, from Asia. And so we can have two kinds of parallel tracks of inclusion, which I would try to claim to create a kind of a paradox. Because on one hand, we have the post-Holocaust inclusion, the theology that becomes historically grounded in time, place, covenant, narrative, and continuity. As was written in the Commission for Religious Relations with the Jews in 1985, the permanence of Israel is a historical fact and assigned to be interpreted within God's design. That is, that the Jewish have an important part within the Catholic Church because of their relation to the Catholic history, to the church history, and to divine salvation in general. So, Judaism will be included through their contact to the time of place of the Bible and of the incarnation and the life of God. In the other end, we have the post-colonial contextual inclusion that says that the gospel is treated as a trans-historical to all culture, not tied to a single historical arc. That means that if I were to read the Bible from an African point of view, it's okay that I don't have the historical connection to the Bible, because we can understand incarnation as God being incarnated in a flesh, in a special or specific time and place. That means that the gospel could be incarnated as well in specific times and places with the cultural and traditional of different people. And with that we have liberation theology, also South African theology, black theology, saying that what connects us to the church is the gospel, which is, even if is being seen as an ahistorical story, that will enable us to read the Bible from our own context. So a very famous understanding in liberation theology is reading of the Exodus as a way to understand people's life in South America. So when liberation theology will read the Exodus in South America, they will say, as God had liberated the people of Israel from Egypt, from slavery, so he would liberate us as well from poverty, from the influence of colonialism, and so forth. So we can take the biblical story and reread it from our own context. And in a way, we can talk about two different ways of witnessing to the gospel, to Christ, and to the proclamation of Christianity. So the first one will be witness to the historical biblical story, and also the story of Jesus as a historical figure, and the connection to the scripture, to the Bible. And the second one will be witnessing the gospel by deeds. So the connection to the Christian church is not because we connect to the same history, but because we worship the same God and we follow him and try to learn from his deeds and his gospel about our daily life. And I think it's important to say that both post-colonial theology or contextual theology and post-Holocaust were developed in reaction to what happened in history, to the political reality of the time. And both Vatican II rethinking of Judaism and its turn to global cultures began from confronting suffering and questioning responsibility. So it will start with the Holocaust and the responsibility of the Church to anti-Semitism within Europe, and the question of what should the Church have, what responsibility did the Church have with regard to the Holocaust. But it will continue after that to questioning about racism, about colonialism, about patriarchal reading of and the development of feminist theology. So suffering in general, as a point of view, with the understanding that we need to that the suffering of human being can influence or has place to influence on the theology. But I would like to ask if they have an equal place of influential within the Catholic Church. And that would bring us to the Palestinian place. Palestinian Christian theology, so the Palestinian Christian communities are one of the oldest Christian communities who have been gone through generations, different kinds of changes after the Arab conquest, of becoming part of the Arab world, and after the 19th century, from a very Orthodox church, most of the community were part of the Orthodox Church. After the 19th century, we have much more different kind of churches within the Holy Land, either Catholic or Roman Catholic, and also some small Protestant churches. And we first see really Palestinian Christian theology as a genre in the end of the 1980s, following the first Intifada, 1987, with different books that was published, books and conferences and organization centers that was established to talk about how do we understand the Bible from a Palestinian point of view. And in a way we can say that Palestinian Christian theology was started in a clashing point between the post-Holocaust theology and contextual theology. So the Palestinian theologian will argue, and that is, we can see Dimitri Rafic from the Lutheran Church and Novick from the Anglican Church, saying that first the need to create this kind of theology was to kind of a theological crisis. How do we as Palestinians understand and we can read the Bible when the Bible is being used against us within a political discourse? How can you, Dimitri Rafic will say that the God that I used to see as my protector, the God of love and hope, becomes a God of revenge and of and a God that promotes holy wars against him. And Novick will say also, if we are trying to talk about contextual theology and can use the Exodus stories, Novick will say, but to meet an Exodus, you need to have an occupation. And that means that when you have occupation, that there is another people there. So that theology starts first of all from the suffering of Palestinian people under Israeli occupation within the context of an ongoing and hopefully not everlasting war between in the Holy Land. And much of that is with understanding that post-Holocaust theology and the Catholic world, but Christianity, Western Christianity in general, have a lot of influence within this conflict. And Nostra Aetate is part of that. With the legitimacy for the state of Israel is also religious legitimacy, which not come from the Jewish side only, but also from the Christian Western world. And so the question of how can we deal with that? I want to focus on the question of Nostra Aetate and Vatican II. We will do it very shortly. But then they have two main arguments. So first of all, they will claim that their theology is starting from suffering, and so, as we said, as Moltmann said, and following that, the idea of suffering means that something needs to be done. It cannot continue the same way. That in light reality of the oppression of the faith and of injustice of the Palestinian people, they call the churches around the world to come and help. But at the same time, they will say that their theology comes also from their connection to the geography, to the Holy Land, to the memory that rooted in the land of Christian origin. And I have here a quotation from former Patriarch Michel Sadat. We are Palestinian and Christian. We are not Christians who happen to be Palestinian. Our national identity is not incidental to our faith. From our faith we seek justice, freedom, and peace for our people. And the Palestinian will take it one step forward. First of all, and going back to the question of the Exodus. So many times when we talk about liberation theology, and we can talk about Palestinian Christian theology as a kind of liberation theology, and it was very influenced by both South American and more from South African theologies, that the Palestinians are dealing with another problem that ours does not, and that is the question of how can I reread the scripture from my own context when the other side is already doing that? And in a way that the other side is claiming for a monopoly over the biblical history. And so they developed the idea of the living stone that was first framed by Bishop Shakur, Elias Shakur, or we can talk about also the fifth gospel of 6, which with the understanding that if Christianity comes to the Holy Land to worship the holy places, why not also come and learn from the people themselves? So not only to go and visit the dead stones of not only to visit the dead stones of the Holy Sepulchre, but also to come and learn from the people who were here ever since the time of Christ. And it's interesting because in Christianity in general, we don't see this understanding of that witnessing is going through one generation to another. Why does the Palestinian Christian here see themselves as having more connection to the historical stories than any other Christian around the world? And so we can base it on two things. First of all, it's really going back to Pierbattista of Jerusalem with trying to understand the importance of the holy places. Where Pierbattista of Jerusalem said already in the 4th century, other only here, but we see and handle. That we can see and touch and feel the connection to the biblical story, to the story of Christ. But the real thing is that the Palestinian theologian will talk about themselves as witness to Christ and to his story only after post-Holocaust theology. That means that if the Catholic Church says that Judaism today has a theological role within the Catholic Church because of their connection to the real history, why won't the Palestinians have the same connection? The Palestinian Christians who are here from the same time, who are part of the same history. On that also Nahra will say that our only mistake was that in the time of the temple, we accepted Christ. Because if we were going to stay Jews, then today we could have claimed for our own land. But because we and that he will say to Western Christianity, because we accepted your Messiah, now we cannot have any more claim about on our own land. And I want to, so just going back for a minute to these two understandings, contextual theology is been defined by Berens as the most known definition as a way of doing theology in which one takes into account the spirit and message of the gospel, the tradition of the church, the culture in which one is theologian and social change, which in that culture was ever brought about by struggle for equality, justice, and liberation. And we will go back to that in a minute. But I want to say, so the biggest tension for Palestinian theologians is a claim that while they have an historical belonging to the land, to history, they don't have the same theological recognition. And so, as Father Rafic wrote in one of his books, as in other colonial ideologies, the occupier believes that the occupied has no history, so they invent one for them. And Patriarch said it the same way, not only did we lose our land in 1948, but we equally tragic is that we also lost our narrative. And then go back to a very famous Zionist saying, which was also known in Christian Zionist circles, that the idea of the establishment of the state of Israel was for a land without people, for people without land. Because the history of the church in that regard was the history of the Byzantine Empire and then Rome. And whatever happened outside this history, well, is outside of history, right? So I want to claim, and maybe a little bit provocative, say that in a way we need to read Nostra Aetate as well as a contextual theology. And to say that, I would say first that, you know, the difference between the way we understand Nostra Aetate and relation to Judaism and to the difference between other contextual theology is that because Judaism is being part of the nation's history, that means that Judaism has roles also in dogmatic theology. But for other contextual theologies, such as people who are out of history, they will always have a place as moral witness and as political proclamation, but never within the dogma of the church. And I think we can see it very well when you go to libraries of theological departments, when you see theology, where you can find Thomas Activants, and you can find Beldovan, you can find Nostra Aetate, and then Palestinian theology, African theology, and all in different shows. Because you have one theology and then the contextual political one. But if you look at Nostra Aetate as contextual theology as well, which was developed from a very specific context of Europe or the Western world after the Holocaust, of a very specific context of Jewish-Christian relation, then I think that we should ask different questions about Jewish-Christian relation today. And I want to finish with a very small thing from within my field. So in the last decade, I've been working on interreligious dialogue within our area, in the Holy Land, in the Middle East. And again, trying to create a dialogue between Jews and Christians within this area. One of our biggest struggles is history that is not part of our history, of our day, of our conflicts right now. That means that when we try and bring Nostra Aetate to a dialogue between Jews today in Israel, and I think it's important because it's a different story for the diaspora, but for Jews today in Israel, with Palestinian Christians, putting Nostra Aetate on the table just make it more complicated. That means that we never will do a real dialogue between Palestinian Christian and Jews, but we will always have Western Christianity in the middle. And we will always have to first of all regard what happened in places where, what happened in Europe, what happened to the Holocaust. Well, the connection of the Palestinian Christian communities here in the land is very far away from that. Well, Christianity for the last 1,000 years was another minority group within an Islamic regime, just as Judaism was. And not only that, and I would say that also for Jews today in Israel, I think that Nostra Aetate is unrelevant to maybe half of the Jewish population today, people who did not come from the Ashkenazi Jewish communities who suffered the Holocaust. But still, whenever we talk about Jewish-Christian relations, we always talk about Nostra Aetate. And I don't know how we can move forward. But I do know that if we will not stop looking back at history and start looking forward and try to imagine a better future, then all of our dialogue will be always in the same place, stuck at history. Thank you.
Thank you. A few minutes for questions to Marianne.
Thank you very much indeed. Just two questions. One is, you started it by framing it in a very Catholic mode connected with Nostra Aetate. And then you also mentioned that there are Anglican and Lutheran Palestinian theologians. So could you just comment on the issue of the denominational difference? And then the second related question is, what is the evidence of conversation between Anglican, Lutheran and Catholic Palestinians with their contemporaries on this particular tension that you so well...
So with their communities or?
Yeah, so like amongst Lutheran theologians or Catholic theologians, is there conversation between the Palestinian perspective and the perspective that maybe are kind of coming out of the Nostra Aetate group?
Okay, so first of all, it's very... thank you for the question. It's a very fair question because Palestinian Christianity is a very small minority today, both in Israel and in the West Bank and in Gaza. So I see this theology, I think it's the best way to refer to this theology is a very ecumenical theology that is obviously different between the different theologians. We have several from the Catholic Church, that is mainly the former Patriarch Michel Solat, Father Rafic, and also one of the most important theologians who passed away was Jeremy Cooley from the Roman Catholic Church. But in many ways, so when you go down to theology, you have different understanding of the way you read scripture also. But the general understanding is that it's an ecumenical movement that can talk together. Saying that, I will say that most of Palestinian theology, especially the one I worked on, was always being written for Western audience. And that means that this all kind of conversation is continuing the conversation that the Jewish state is doing with Western audience about the place of Judaism and Christianity or Jewish-Christian relation in regard to the political situation today. And within the communities, it's more problematic. I don't know that those theological question of how do we understand Israel, biblical Israel, and today state of Israel is very important. I know that in some places they will change, not in scripture themselves, but they will change the word Israel to Sha'aballah or people of God. Which on that I really like the quotation of Mitzvah, who will say, if you do that, that means Israel won. If we take Israel the name of Israel from our scripture. That means that we think that modern state of Israel is the same as biblical Israel. So there is a conversation about it. Situation is much more sensitive because, again, it's not only a minority within the state of Israel, it's a minority within a minority of the Arab population within the state of Israel. So it's also a Christian minority within a Muslim minority. There's a lot of political questions and a lot of what we can say or cannot say in that regard.
So, thank you. I'm a bit short in time, so maybe if there will be a question maybe later on. I would just say that the theologians are not really involved with the grassroots dialogue. The theologians that Marianne mentioned, they're not really part of the local dialogue, so that's why it's not really theological dialogue, it's more practical about the reality that we have here. We'll have now our third speaker, last but not least, Dr. Matthew Tappy, I'm sorry. Associate Professor of Theology and Director of the Center of Catholic Jewish Studies at St. Leo University, St. Leo, Florida. His teaching and research interests are in the thought of Thomas Aquinas, Judaism and Christian theology, and Catholic Jewish relations. From 2012 to 2014, Tabor was the visiting assistant professor of theology at the Catholic University of America and was appointed research fellow at the CUA's Institute for Interreligious Study and Dialogue. He's an author of Aquinas on Israel and the Church, 2014, and is co-editor along with Adam Brill, Matthew Levering, The Challenge of Catholic Jewish Theological Dialogue in 2025. He is also the author of the Mortar case and the Thomas Aquinas defense of Jewish parental authority, again, 2025. He's a member of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops' dialogue with modern Orthodox Judaism and with the dialogue with the representative of the Orthodox Union of Rabbinical Council of America. Since 2016, he served on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum's Committee for Ethics, Religion, and Holocaust.
Good afternoon. I must make a quick correction to the program, which has my title incorrectly. It is actually a Catholic Theological Approach to Israel-Palestine is the title, though the natural law does feature in it. I just wanted to make that brief note. I also want to thank the organizers here, and especially three people in particular who, I must say, have impacted me deeply on a personal level on conversations. And that is Gavin DaCosta, it's Karma, Ben-Johanan, and it's Tzvi Novick. And without you, I don't think I would have been stretched by this topic in the way that it has stretched me, so thank you. A Catholic approach to Israel-Palestine should follow what the Vatican and popes teach on Catholic-Jewish relations, the state of Israel, the Palestinian people, as well as diplomatic positions of the Holy See. My goal today is to highlight four values that emerge from these sources, each of which must be balanced. The first value is to approach the conflict through the lens of international law and Catholic social teaching, not covenant theology. Second, recognize that the right of Jews to live safely in society is an ancient Catholic value. Third, recognize that rights, self-definitions, and memories of our Palestinian neighbors are crucial. Fourth, we must recognize also the rights, self-definition, and memories of our Jewish neighbors. And all four of these principles must be balanced. And all four are not merely political, but firmly rooted in the Church's teaching and tradition, namely in the natural law tradition, which balances all four values. The first value, as I said, is to approach the conflict not through A, covenant theology, or B, the lens of international law, and C, Catholic social teaching. And so this first value will have three parts. A, the first subpoint is the Catholic should not approach the topic through the lens of covenant theology. Some Catholic theological proposals interpret the return of the Jews to the land and or the state, the establishment of the state, as fulfillments of biblical promises. as part of God's irrevocable covenant and base this in Nostra Aetate. For example, one Catholic proposal argues that the land of Israel is religiously significant for Catholic theology in an ecological sense. It is a special instance of connection between God, people, and earth that can serve as a model for how other nations can learn to take care of the earth. Another Catholic proposal holds that Jewish covenantal attachment to the land has a sort of sacramental character that mediates a message to Catholics of God's faithfulness to Jews. However, there is a downside. The same Catholic proposal says Israel's presence in the land might not continue. Quote, God's promise to Israel is eternal, but this does not mean that Israel's presence in the land will be continuous without interruption, end quote. In other words, the gift of the land might be lost. How can one tell? It's based on whether the society reflects the reign of God. Israel's claim on the land depends on the character of her deeds while she possesses the land. With regard to the question, is the return to Zion part of God's providential design? The proposal states, quote, such a vision is not compelling until peace is attained between Israelis and Palestinians. The proposal goes on to say that, quote, persistent hostility, regular violence, serve as countersigns to the presence of the holiness of God, end quote. Another Catholic proposal interprets Nostra Aetate's citation of Romans 11, verse 29, to mean that the gift of the land is part of God's covenant, and so Jews today are heirs of the gift of the land. However, there is also a downside here, since this proposal also gives a warning based in Leviticus chapter 18, verse 28. It says, the gift of the land can be lost. Modern Israel may be vomited out of the land. In my view, there are a few problems with these very well-intentioned theologies of land and state as divine gift. The problems require a bit of analysis in light of increasing trends of Christian theological criticisms of Jews and Judaism regarding the state of Israel's policies. The first problem is that, one, Catholics must not define and evaluate covenant infidelity in the Jewish community, as some Catholics were tempted to do in the Middle Ages after the discovery of the Talmud. Catholic affirmations of land and state as part of the irrevocable covenant assume that it is possible for Catholics to define Jewish covenantal life in the land. And this seems a bit problematic. For example, can Catholics tell Jews that Genesis 12 requires them to share the land and that unilateral land grabs are not consistent with the Jewish story? What other issues of halakha should be determined by Catholics? Can Catholics determine halakha on Shabbos? Can they determine whether Jews should share a synagogue with non-Jews? I do not think Catholics can define the terms of Jewish covenantal life with God. What is the basis of this authority? And does such a move transgress an important theological boundary? The problem is also on the left as well, in Catholics who might say that Zionism is a distortion of Judaism. The issue is Catholics cannot determine who is a good Jew and who is a bad Jew. Two, the second problem is caused by the first. If a Catholic theologian can determine whether the gift of the land is given and defines Jewish covenantal life in terms of the covenant, it seems to follow that the Catholic also has the authority to evaluate whether the covenant is violated. In other words, the covenant approach assumes Catholics can not only define halakha obligations in the land, but they can also evaluate whether Jews live out these obligations. In light of the difficult history, political conditions should not be barometers of divine presence or holiness, since this logic assumes a political event can serve as the basis for determining whether God revokes some aspect of his promise to the people. Catholics should avoid adopting anything remotely similar to a punitive logic that could pronounce divine judgments against Jewish communities based on events in history. A similar logic, of course, we know, was deployed to determine the meaning of the destruction of the Second Temple. Would a hypothetical, tragic event for the state of Israel mean God was punishing Israel? Nostra Aetate disallows the claim that God has rejected the Jewish people, as if this followed from Scripture. And so it seems this Nostra Aetate line problematizes some contemporary Catholic proposals that God might throw Jews out of the land today because of conflicts with Palestinians. The deeper issue here, in my view, is that John Paul II's language of irrevocable covenant is being overinterpreted. As Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI pointed out, there are limitations to this language. God's view of the Jewish people's covenant fidelity to God's self is beyond Christian reasoning, especially for Christians, is beyond human reason, especially for Christians. For Pauline eschatological reasons, Jews are external to the church and not simply in an intrinsic relationship to the church. Jews and Catholics do not read Scripture the same way and have different conceptions of the character of the Messianic era. And so in this sensitive area, it's crucial that differences be recognized and respected, not blurred or synchronized through notions of divine providence and signs of the times and history. A third problem is caused by the second, since it opens the door to singling out the state for a special divine judgment. For these reasons, building a Catholic theology on theology of land and state, not only lacks support in the Catholic tradition, as Thomas Joseph White has shown, but is also unhelpful for Jews. Perhaps Nostra Aetate's power and brilliance is in its minimalist, positive formulation of the election of the Jewish people. It wisely does not define God's covenant with the Jews. The Council of Fathers wrote, quote, "Nevertheless, God holds the Jews most dear." In Nostra Aetate, this mystery of the Catholic faith is then set alongside declarations of what cannot be said. Jews must not be presented as rejected, as it is followed from Scripture. The simplicity of, quote, "held most dear," and, quote, "not rejected," is a way of guarding against something that's beyond reason, perhaps functioning in a similar way as other creedal language about the mystery of the Incarnation, begotten, not made. Point B, I now turn to my supplement under the first value. The explicit teaching of the magisterium is that the Catholic approach to this topic is based in international law, which has as its root a theological, a natural law. From a Catholic theological view, the most doctrinally important data are what the Vatican and popes have said with regard to the state of Israel, including papal statements, the diplomatic position of the Holy See, and the teaching of the Pontifical Commission for Religious Relations with the Jews. The Commission stated in 1985 and restated in 2015 that the Catholic approach to the state is based on international law. It should be noted that there were serious misinterpretations of these lines. It is in no case a denial of the religious relationship of the Jewish people to Eretz Israel or the validity of the necessity of the state. As John Paul II said, Catholics recognize the ancient Jewish attachment to the land, but for Catholics, the political options of the state, i.e. its boundaries, should be guided by the common principles of international law, which themselves validate the existence of the state. And these international laws are the basis of its validity for the Vatican and not an interpretation of the Bible. Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI confirmed this position in 2018 when he said that the Vatican has recognized Israel as a modern constitutional state and legitimate home to Jewish people, but that the rationale for this cannot be derived directly from a Christian reading of Scripture. Meaning Romans 11, verse 28, 29, or Romans 9, 4 through 5, doesn't seem to be the basis. However, Catholics should strive to understand the religious interpretations of other communities, including our Jewish neighbors. Additionally, Catholics should view the state of Israel through the lens of the 1993 Fundamental Agreement, which recognizes sovereignty. For the Church, the right of the state of Israel to exist is not in question and is grounded in international law. Likewise, the Vatican's relationship with the Palestinian state, theoretically, is dictated by the 2015 Comprehensive Agreement. Vatican recognition of a state does not mean affirmation of ideologies in the state. The Church therefore recognizes the unique rights of both peoples to the land, as well as the legitimacy of their respective states. The affirmation of the right of Palestinians and Israelis to live in safety and security is the official diplomatic position of the Holy See. My last subpoint of value 1C is that practical issues that we are faced with in this terrible conflict and painful conflict require a Catholic moral theological framework that applies to all states, which Catholic social teaching provides. The basis of international law is the natural law, and the Church's natural law tradition, which is really humans' participation in God's eternal law, provides moral principles that can guide Catholics to a fair analysis of conflicts. Here are just 3 examples. A, Catholic social teaching makes clear that terrorism, including that of Hamas, must be condemned in the most absolute terms. B, a comprehensive just war analysis of the military conflict is needed. Every nation has a right to legitimate self-defense, but good ends cannot justify immoral means, such as disproportionate damage to civilian homes and the destruction of entire cities, including Gaza. But since there is a universal binding force of the natural law on all nations, this analysis must be applied fairly by Catholics to military action of other states, including, for example, the United States. Lastly, certain forms of extremism are also excluded by the Church's social doctrine, including forcibly transferring a civilian population from their homes and land, as ministers in Israel and the U.S. President has advocated. The Church says this is always unacceptable. These principles apply to all societies, not just Israel. However, as we saw above, covenant theology-based approaches tend to apply special requirements with corresponding special punishments only to Israel. So, is my view just that Israel is like any other state? Do I avoid the particular history of Israel? No. Value 2 is engage in a truthful analysis of the difficult history and recognize that the right of Jews to live safely in society is an ancient Catholic value. The Church's relation to the state of Israel and Jews who live there should be viewed in light of the particular and difficult history of the right of Jewish people to live safely in Christian society. This very ancient and relevant principle is also rooted in natural law. It has yet to be considered by Catholic theologians in this context, and embracing this approach requires that we confront the particular ways some Christian societies fail to make a place for Jews. A prudent and introspective approach should inform any Catholic conversations about Jews in society. Some Catholics may not realize that in the late 19th century, some Jewish thinkers became convinced that they must establish an independent nation where they can avoid non-Jewish violence. Despite their attempts at assimilation, brutal and persistent forms of anti-Semitism confirmed that they would never be fully accepted. In roughly that same period, many Jews of the Papal States lived in ghettos. Now, the popes were concerned to protect the Jews living there, and Jews were not expelled from the Papal States as they were in other countries. Nevertheless, in Rome, for roughly 200 years, the Jews of the ghetto were forced to hear sermons every Saturday on the Sabbath. At times, Jewish families, including adults and children, were forcibly baptized. These acts were violations of the natural law, as Thomas Aquinas had repeatedly pointed out. But by the 19th century, some pushed aside the Thomistic defense of Jewish parental rights because of a strong interest in conversion. In this period in history, some Catholics failed to heed the ancient teaching of the Church, first articulated by Pope Gregory the Great in 590, who insisted that the Jewish people had a fundamental right to live safely in society. He wrote, quote, "The Jews may in no way be oppressed or suffer any injustice," end quote. And, quote, "they should in no way suffer a violation of their rights," end quote. For hundreds of years, until the 15th century, Gregory's letters would influence numerous popes to protect the rights of Jewish populations and restate Gregory's teaching. These papal bulls would become known as Constitutio pro Judaeis, or Constitution on the Jews, and were even entered into canon law by Gratian and then again by Gregory IX. Papal bulls are one of the oldest and most solemn forms of papal documents that were reserved for weighty matters. This means papal protections of Jewish life have significant doctrinal weight, though they were not always enforced and eventually forgotten. During the Holocaust, Pope Pius XII could have publicly appealed to these ancient teachings to defend Jews when he learned from Catholic military chaplains in Poland that Jews were being massacred by the thousands each day. In my experience, when some Jews hear Catholics talk about the need for ethical approaches to war, painful memories of the Vatican's reaction to the Holocaust surface. What is the point here? Facing this difficult history means realizing that at times some Christians have been indifferent or hostile to the existence of Judaism in the world. And this indifference or hostility negatively influenced the degree to which Christian leaders were able to recognize the value of defending Jews. A Catholic approach to the state of Israel should be mindful that the right of Jews to live safely in society is an ancient teaching that overlaps with concerns for safety of Jewish families who was in the founders of Zionism. And the Church's social doctrine complements this particular history in its natural law teaching and the dignity of all people. And this leads me to the third and final point. I'm sorry, the third point. We're going to try to keep our numbers straight here. These first and second values must be balanced with a third value, understanding the rights, self-definition, and memory authorities and Palestinians. Throughout the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, numerous papal statements have affirmed the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and their unique connection to the land. In a breakthrough 1975 statement, Paul VI said, quote, although we are conscious of the still very recent tragedies which led the Jewish people to search for state protection and a state of its own, sovereign and independent, and in fact precisely because we are aware of this, we would like to ask the sons of this people to recognize the rights and legitimate aspirations of another people which have also suffered for a long time, the Palestinian people, end quote. And many did at that time recognize the rights of Palestinian and Israeli society. In one of the most authoritative teachings of the magisterium on this issue, the Apostolic Letter of Redemptionist Anno, John Paul II said, quote, for the Jewish people who live in the state of Israel, we must ask for the desired security and the due tranquility that is the prerogative of every nation. And what has been said about the right to a homeland also applies to the Palestinian people. They have the natural right and justice to a homeland. In 1988, John Paul II said Palestinians and Israelis had, quote, identical fundamental rights to their own homeland, end quote. And Pope Benedict said in 2009, quote, let it be universally recognized that the state of Israel has the right to exist. Let it be likewise acknowledged that the Palestinian people have a right to a sovereign, independent homeland, to live with dignity and to travel freely. End quote. There is a very difficult history on this side as well. Michel Sabat, the Palestinian priest appointed by the Patriarch by John Paul II, once said, quote, Palestinians are at home here. But then he asks, are they allowed to exist in their land and homes, not only as individuals, but as indigenous people, according to the Jewish, Israeli, and Zionist perspectives? In some Zionist views, yes, absolutely, certainly, but not all in this view. A Palestinian Christian I met in the West Bank once said to me over coffee, please do not forget about us. Do not forget about our situation. Additionally, Palestinian Catholics who live in the Holy Land are dear to the Church. They live in the land where Jesus lived. From a Catholic view, it is problematic to think of Palestinians as a monolithic entity. It is wrong to demonize them. For these reasons, Palestinian Catholic voices should be included in Catholic-Jewish dialogue tables. We need a much broader and deeper Catholic-Jewish dialogue to meet the enormous challenges of this moment. I think this conference is a very good beginning to that. Fourth and final value. The first two values must be balanced. The third value, as well as the first two values, must be balanced with the fourth. Strive to understand the rights, self-definitions, and memories of our Jewish neighbors. In addition to understanding Jewish self-definition as it relates to the attachment to the land, Catholics should also understand internal Jewish debates about Israeli society and the history of Zionism. One of the most illuminating experiences for me has been reading the Talmudist and Jewish philosopher Rabbi Soloveitchik, an intellectual giant in modern Jewish thought. Soloveitchik was initially opposed to the Zionist movement like other Orthodox Jews were. However, Hitler's onslaught caused him to reconsider this, as it did for many. Soloveitchik would come to believe that the Zionist movement rescued Judaism from Hitler. Studying this history should also include understanding forms of Zionism, though, that have sought to favor Israeli Jews over Palestinians in Israel and the occupied territories. It is problematic to think of Zionism as a monolithic entity, and it is wrong to demonize Zionists. We have much to learn from this internal Jewish conversation about this history. In my closing remarks, I want to emphasize that the natural law helps us balance the above values because it anchors each principle in the Church's teaching on the dignity of the human person. According to the Church's social doctrine, quote, the person is at the center of the political and social order because he is an end and not a means. He is an end and not a means. Trying to grasp a person's self-understanding, i.e. values 3 and 4 on views of Palestinians and views of understanding Jews, is crucial here. This shifts the focus from gathering data about legal and ethical political aspects of the conflict, value 1, and the difficult histories, value 2, to a genuine curiosity about a particular Jewish or Christian or Muslim Palestinian person's lived experience. Vatican II famously declared that the joys and the hopes, the griefs and the anxieties of the people of this age, these are the joys and hopes, the griefs and anxieties of the followers of Christ. 60 years after Nostra Aetate, how can we build a deeper understanding in our dialogue of the joys and hopes, the griefs of the Jewish people, the joys and hopes, the griefs of the Palestinian people. Yet we must ensure that either value 3 or 4, individual views, do not obscure the data of value 1, social ethics and international law, and value 2, the difficult history. The dignity of the person is the theological root of each value, and this balances the values with each other. As a Vatican natural law document has recently said, natural law is, quote, the normative horizon on which the political order is called to move. Perhaps instead of putting Nostra Aetate on the table for dialogue here in Israel-Palestine, it would be more productive if we put natural law precepts on the table, perhaps such as, do unto others as you have them do to you. And these natural law values are accessible to all people through reason. Thank you for your attention.
And Maya, that in the dialogue here, Nostra Aetate should not be on the table, but other topics.
We may start with natural law.
Maybe start with natural law, then maybe that is happening. Questions, and maybe since we have also some extra minutes, so then we'll invite the other speakers as well.
Thanks so much, Maya and Matthew, for your speeches. I will just refer to these questions. Both, I think, Matthew, in my opinion, finally you go in a very universalistic interpretation. And you said some theologians of the unrevoked covenant, they overinterpreted. I would say you underinterpreted. What's the value of the covenant in relation to the land? Maya, when I come to you, I see the contextual thinking. I trained in a university full of liberation theology. I was the only one who was in Jewish-Christian relations. We fight it all time, so in the 80s and 90s. And you go mostly into the particular. There is no universal in Nostra Aetate anymore, so it's just European and Western. So you go in the particular, Matthew goes in universal. How do we come together and we link it again? I see, of course, your particular aspects, but what is the universale concretum, who is so important in Catholic theology? How do we link this? That's one point. And the second I would like to ask is, what is the mystery of the biblical narrative that God leads a people into a land where is already a population? That's the mystery for me and the paradox. Either I can become cynic if I think that's really God who gives the land to two peoples, or it must have a theological meaning. And what are you saying to this special point?
Very good questions. The universalistic interpretation you're talking about here, I would challenge by saying that in Nostra Aetate, number 4, and in Lumen Gentium 16, which is the foundational building block to the Church's teaching, both of these teachings are rooted in a phrase, according to the flesh. Very particular. So it refers to the Jews today. It speaks that they cannot be held against this charge of collective guilt. But it also implies that there's a mystery of the election of the Jewish people. It says that though the Jews did not realize the visitation in Jerusalem, some such language, it could not be held against all Jews at the time, nor today, right? But then it goes on to say, nevertheless, it's the most important nevertheless that's ever been written, in my view. Nihil omnibus in the Latin, nevertheless, God holds the people most dear. People. It's the Jewish people. And this is very particular. And so their safety has always been a concern of the church. Unfortunately, it was forgotten. And that's the particular part as well implied in the political society, a situation with the land. I do not think the biblical narrative and a Christological reading of the biblical narrative can be set aside, which I think sometimes happens when Catholics try to read the New Testament and the Hebrew Bible as if it is providing a divine right today.
So I cannot answer the Catholic theologian. But I will say that what I'm trying to show is kind of a counter-reaction to the very universal thinking of interreligious dialogue in general, and the understanding that you can have universal thinking of dialogue without imposing values from outside, and without understanding power balance within that context. That means that for me, most of the time, trying to talk about universal understanding of in interreligious dialogue, either between Christian and Judaism or in different contexts, means that, first of all, from a very practical understanding, we are preaching to the choir, and maybe we should move on. But I will say also that I really like to see myself as postmodernist because I'm really good at deconstruction and not so good at reconstruction. So that will be the job of people with skills like Cardinal.
I just had to add to that, is there a risk of particularism, a risk of relativism, or it's like if you take everything is contextualized, then there's relativism and there's no, it's fine with them, you know, those who do contextual theology to live with this?
No, no, and yes. There is a risk. And I think it's not only the risk, the very basic risk is when you fight for one conflict, and maybe you succeed in changing the reality, then as we can see, as in post-Holocaust theology and then in the state of Israel, you can create new circles of violence, new circles of power balances that we need to deal with. And in the end, maybe the universality is not in religious understanding and not in religious belonging, it's just us being all human. And then the problem is humanity.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a question/observation to Matthew. Gavin this morning made this distinction between the presence of the people in the land and the concept of the state, and that the three might be connected but also need to be distinguished. And I was wondering whether Matthew's contribution was a key to this. And you said that it's not helpful to consider the state in question of covenant theology. So would it be helpful to see the question of the state and all political questions which are connected under the light of natural law, but the presence of the people in the land disconnected from the state through the lens of covenant theology?
I don't know if I totally grasp your question, but I would want to rely on the notion of the theological meaning of the people's protection and safety. And so it would be, I would deduce from that the significance of the political society that is Israel and potentially Jews now. And for my, for instance, anti-Zionist Catholic students who ask me, is it okay to be against Zionism and critical of Zionism, or is that anti-Semitic? I ask them, what would happen if Israel didn't exist? Where would the Jews be? And so it raises the question of the significance of those people according to the flesh, whom we know God holds most dear. That's the theological significance of the land, is that they seem to be, have enjoyed great security and prosperity, and the culture is thriving in many ways, and they have their own modern language. And there's endless amounts of descriptions of the incredible meaning of that, without necessarily jettisoning the traditional interpretation of the Old Testament and New Testament through a Christological lens.
Sorry about that. So Dr. Tim, you're a very brilliant man, but you're also a fast talker. As a fellow fast talker, I intend to keep shorthand during this presentation. This means we have more time for questions. Point to Jewish safety is an ancient value. It's Did I get that right? That was your number 2 point. And then when you got to point 2, I just wrote down Jewish safety, you started with the question, is Israel just like any other state? That was what you said. And then you said, I think right afterwards, maybe my brain skipped a beat, right? No, the right of the Jewish people to live safely in Christian society is an ancient Catholic value, right? And then you talked about, well, the ancient fathers of the church, or St. Gregory the Great, for example, or Thomas Aquinas, the Kings of Evil, right? And you talked about how 19th century Zionists felt pushed out of European societies because they didn't feel safe there, right? Could you elaborate a little bit on the connection between whether Israel is just like any other state and this ancient value of the protection of Jews in Christian societies? If Jews had stayed in Christian societies, we wouldn't be here in Israel.
The failure, what I may have not articulated slowly enough, and I'm sorry for going faster, but the history of the protections for the Jews that were issued in these constitutions is fraught with great difficulty and failures. And there are many instances where there is no enforcement, and there's forgetfulness, and so what I'm drawing upon here is a principle. It's anachronistic to read it into today, but as a systematic theologian, or as a moral theologian, I can try to take that principle and use it to find ways to support the Jewish concern for safety and security. And it should have been, I think, a principle that guided the popes of the early 20th century to see a theological significance in the safety of Jewish life in the land of Israel.
So were you trying to follow, that's the past perfect, it should have been, right? So were you saying that if Christians had been better Christians, or Catholics better Catholics, then this whole Zionist project would have been a moot point?
No, not necessarily. I don't think that's the case. I think that's too speculative. I'm only saying that the motivations of the earliest Zionist thinkers overlap with this ancient value of safety and security for Jews in the popes that was not always employed. In fact, there was been much failure historically of enforcing these laws, but they were used frequently to prevent Christian mobs from killing Jews in many societies, and popes issued them hundreds and hundreds of times.
Thank you.
It's overlapping also and sort of connected to the question that was asked before in a way.
Actually, the last question was a good introduction to my question. I was in Rome a couple of weeks ago celebrating Nostra Aetate with some of the people in Rome. And excuse me, at the big celebration, I was uncomfortable when the Pope celebrated the centrality of the relationship with the Jews. And what was it like to sit there and be a Muslim or a Hindu or a Jain and feeling how wonderful the Jews are? I'm listening to the presentations now, and I'm feeling the opposite. Because we've been waiting 2,000 years to have Nostra Aetate chapter 4, paragraph 4 on the table. And now I'm hearing that it doesn't belong on the table, we have to go to more universal ideas. I'm not sure, maybe I missed something, but I don't think that 60 years is a long enough time to have established Jewish protection and Jewish safety to then go just universal ideas.
Your objection makes an incredible amount of sense and absolutely is correct if that's exactly what I had said. But what I was trying to say is that in Israel-Palestine, in the context of Mayan's talk, where we are talking about Catholic Palestinian or Christian Palestinian or Muslim Palestinian relations with Israeli Jews, that maybe Nostra Aetate is not the best to begin with in this context. But if you come to Tampa, where I'm teaching frequently, in the community with priests and other lay persons, we start with Nostra Aetate all the time, and the Jewish community is surprised to see that this exists, and then the Catholics are like, wow, I didn't know we did this either. And then Muslims say the same thing. If I go to the mosque and say, hey, look, we as Catholics esteem Muslims, they say, really? So there's lots of surprise about Nostra Aetate. It's still very important. It should begin many conversations in many pews and communities. But in specific places where there's conflict, I think it may not always be, especially the particular nature of the history here. It seems that perhaps we should listen to others who are studying and listening about the best ways to have dialogues here.
Yeah, so following up on some things that were already said. First of all, I want to beg to differ about Nostra Aetate. It's like saying, maybe the Bible is irrelevant, or maybe Thomas Aquinas is irrelevant. These are the texts that we work with, and Nostra Aetate is one of the texts that we work with. We're stuck with that. We're stuck with the past. We can't just look to the future. This is the complication of the triangulation of Jews, Christians, and Muslims is not something that could be completely universalized. This is, you said that, but in a way, and here I want to follow up on Mark's comment, also there in the Vatican 2 weeks ago. As I already mentioned in my talk, there was this global church, was very clear, and then there were the Jews. And there is the Commission for Religious Relations with the Jews, and then there's the Interreligious Commission, and these were two languages that do not converge. And the Jews were the beginning, right? And then you have somehow the rest, but there is no theology that does the relation between these, the particularity that is also unable to be universalized of Judaism and Christianity because of the place of Jews in the past, in the roots of Christianity. And on the other hand, it's very easily, it becomes supersessionistic, or it becomes overly particularistic in favor of Jews. But these are tensions that cannot, and here I'm with Christian, in a way the contextual approach is in itself universal, because it's all of the particulars are identity. And here we have an obstacle with Jews that is really a thorn in everybody's flesh, but I think it's also not possible to completely take it out. That's my perspective.
Yeah, first of all, I totally agree with, I understand that I cannot choose my text, and we need to work with what we have. But I do think that we cannot ignore this, the fact that Jewish-Christian relation is not only European Jewish-Christian relation. And in the same way as I've read in there was a round table about feminist theology, and someone who accused those theologians from the global south of being anti-Semitic because of the way they're reading Judaism. And they said, not only that we don't know who those Jews are, so we don't really care, but if we wouldn't really care, then we would be pro-Palestine. Saying that we are getting in conversation again and again, question of anti-Semitism, which is not always the right framing, but more so the idea of taking out Nostra Aetate from the conversation is in a way taking out Western power from the equation. So when I have been in so many Jewish-Christian dialogue, meetings and workshops, and again it was Jews, Christian Palestinians, and German church, Catholic church, whatever. And so the Jews would talk to the Western Christians saying, but anti-Semitism and Nostra Aetate. And the Palestinian Christian will talk to the Western Christian and say, but divine justice and human rights. And none of us will talk to each other. Because, well, first of all, they invite us. It was very nice to go around. And second of all, why should we? The people who are deciding then, the people who we need to convince that our side is correct, is not the people who are here. It's again and again putting Western world within the middle of the conflict, where we don't have a place to talk about the conflict from very contextual. So I don't think contextual should be universal. I don't think that contextual should be liberal. I think that what we need today is political theology, not that that is being written to the West. As Palestinian Christians, in many of Palestinian Christian theology, we need a political theology as Professor De Costa says, go back to the communities themselves and ask those questions. Why are God put two people in the same place? And how can we understand that?
I would add, speaking as a Catholic, there are lots of resources in the tradition since the Second Vatican Council that guide us on what dialogue is and what it's for. And so I don't mean to decenter Nostra Aetate at all. I'm looking at it through the lens of other teachings as well that complement Nostra Aetate. So let's do both and. I repent of what I said before about taking it off the table. Let's put Nostra Aetate on the table next to universal wisdom traditions in Judaism, Islam, and other traditions, and let's mine those traditions together to find ethical principles that can guide us to respect the image of God in all people. If we do that, and the unifying connection maybe could be Nostra Aetate number 5, which does mention the ethics and mentions the problem of racism and discrimination, etc. And so maybe that's the bridge. Nostra Aetate 5 connects us to other documents. From a Catholic perspective, I know there's more than just the Second Vatican Council's documents and the Commission for Religious Relations with Judaism. There's the whole, enormous bodies of wisdom that are coming from these other traditions, including, of course, Jews and Judaism, and of course, Muslim brothers and sisters, and perhaps mining those is what's needed. Benedict said this explicitly. It's in his the search for a universal ethic document on natural law. He actually suggests that interreligious dialogue take up the topic of natural law.
Thank you. Is what right? Yeah. So just a very quick point and then a question. I'm speaking now with a historian of the document itself. Nostra Aetate is precisely the outcome, the result of the turning away from the Western-centric, Eurocentric, previous focus of the document. The fact that it's not a document on the Jews, but on the Church's relation to non-Catholic religions, the fact that Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, people of goodwill are all there, is precisely because the Church did not, in the middle of the Council, it understood that it is too Eurocentric, too Western-centric, and that a lot of the Church, a lot of the Council Fathers simply didn't understand why Judaism was getting such a focus. It just wasn't a pressing question to them, people from Africa, South America, Asia, and that's why they expand. So so it's interesting to me that now it's just taken as a assumption, a basic assumption, that Nostra Aetate represents the Western Church when it is precisely the turning away from it. But my question is, both of you are talking about doing interfaith dialogue here in this local context. But it seems to me that both of you are. I was surprised not to hear anything about the fact that, I don't know the percentages, but a big percentage of Israelis are secular, and they are not the Israel of the flesh in Israel does not sit comfortably with the Israel of the flesh of Christian theology, and same thing with regards to Dr. Rivera, who said that 50% of Israelis don't really find themselves here. I thought you were going to say because they're secular, and then you said because they're not. So I just appreciate hearing the comments.
I think we should start with getting our numbers right. So according to the poll survey, 80% of Israelis believe in God, Jewish Israel. And I think that the percent of people, now it's really hard in Judaism to talk about secularism or religious and different kind of understanding, but I think that people who see themselves as connected to a connection to the Bible and to the Jewish religion, and also we have this counting and also of the seventh color, the number are much higher. And also the secular society within Israel have a very complex relation with their own Jewish identity. So first of all, I think that the question, and also if you think about Zionism, as you know, we used to in the 60s and the 70s, it was a very secular movement. Still, the first thing written in the Declaration of Independence, it's the land of our forefather. And this is written in, you can say it's written in history, but it's written in the Bible. So it's always has a very complex relation. And about Nostra Aetate being, it was really nice of them to add a sentence on Judaism.
Good question, and I think it's important to emphasize that from two angles. For one, understanding Judaism and Jews outside of the church, not of the church, external, going in the opposite direction of what John Paul II emphasized when he said that it's internal, is very crucial and key. And you are right, that for our Jewish neighbors, they're not going to look and say, oh, I'm so glad that you think I'm a prefigurement of Christ or something. They don't want your theological view of Jews and Judaism. But it is internally important for the church to have that, because it's essential that the church have a theology of Judaism. It cannot operate without it. And some would like to call for us to jettison it or some such, but it's impossible because Jesus was Jewish, and from the beginning, the tradition has always taught that salvation is from the Jewish people. So there will always be something. The question is not whether the theology of Judaism will be there, it's whether it will be positive. And so it's important for it to be constructed positively, but also with a recognition that it won't be recognized, nor should it be, I think, from Jews outside of the church. And this whole question raises the issue of the external relationship and what it looks like. Is there some sort of obligation or intention on behalf of Catholics to somehow invite Jews to become Christians? It raises the question of mission, which I don't think those things, I don't think it does. There isn't any obligation for Catholics to do that. But that's a whole other level to go in your discussion.
Thank you very much. We have to wrap up the session, yeah. But you can approach the speakers during the coffee break and ask them more questions. Thank you very much for our three speakers. Thank you very much.
So the first person that I would like to invite is Bishop Rafic, Nahra, Patriarchal Vicar for Israel on behalf of the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem. Bishop Rafic is an auxiliary bishop of the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem, born in Egypt to a Lebanese family. He grew up in Lebanon before moving to France, where he studied and worked as an engineer. Then he started ecclesiastical studies. Ordained priest for the Diocese of Paris in 1992 by Cardinal Jean-Marie Tzvi. He then achieved his license in sacred scripture from the Biblical Institute in Rome. In this framework, he was in Jerusalem in 1993. After various pastoral and academic missions in Paris, he returned to Jerusalem in 2004 to pursue a master's degree in Jewish thought and completed a doctorate of philosophy in Judeo-Arabic literature at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Parish priest of the Hebrew-speaking Catholic community of Jerusalem in 2014, then patriarchal vicar for the Hebrew-speaking Catholics and for the migrants and asylum seekers in Israel. And he was appointed patriarchate vicar for Israel in 2021. He was ordained a bishop in 2022. What is most important is that he is very much involved with all communities. I was privileged to be hosted a workplace in Nazareth over the last Friday, so we expect to hear from you about local interfaith.
So once again, hello everybody. I will speak about two different experiences. I was in Jerusalem for 17 years. I will speak about Jerusalem a little bit, and then I will speak also about my experience in Galilee or in Nazareth, Palestine. But first of all, I think that there is a need to clarify that interfaith activity, it's not only something about, it's not only at a religious level. There are two levels for interfaith activity. There is a social level and there is a religious level that are very much connected, especially here in the Middle East, where religion and social identity are very much connected. What do I intend by social level? Social level, well, it's like, for instance, all the mutual stereotypes between Jews and Arabs, especially after the 7th of October. And became much stronger. So how to deal with all these stereotypes? Or also, now I live in Galilee, and there is much violence in the Arab society, not only the Christian, in the Arab society in Galilee, in Israel, and people who suffer from this kind of discrimination because the government doesn't do enough to stop it, they will have much difficulty to engage in religious interfaith contacts. So all this is very much connected. So I will start with Jerusalem. I will not be long. I will give only a few points on each experience. Then we can have time to discuss. In Jerusalem, I speak simply about two experiences I had that were very important for me. First of all, I studied for a long time at Hebrew University. And I think that universities are a wonderful place to start a kind of interfaith, local interfaith. Because at university, when you study topics, neutral topics, okay, so you sit together with people who are different, Jews, Arabs sit together, and if you are able to work with them without prejudice, it's a wonderful occasion to build some friendship, and then it can come to religious questions. I experienced it several times when I was at university, and then we became friends with some students. I was much older. They knew that I was a Catholic priest. But sometimes they came, they had odd questions, they didn't ask anybody. They came to me, is this true? Do you say this? Do you say... It is wonderful. And all was done in a kind of friendship, which is the best way to do interfaith dialogue. Unfortunately, I think that many universities today are increasingly politicized, not only in Israel, also in Israel, but everywhere in the world. And for me, this is a real problem, because I think that universities should be a safe place to learn to think, to learn to build relationships with the others, without entering in ideologies. In my time, it was forbidden to speak about politics at university. I remember when I went to the Hebrew University, they told me, no politics, we don't speak about it. Perhaps people spoke among them. But anyway, it was not public. It was not public. I had a friend who was very much right-wing, so sometimes he spoke to me. But it was not a discussion. Okay? It changed progressively. The other experience was with a synagogue. It's not really a liberal synagogue or a conservative synagogue. Eretz Israel, they call it. It's like an Israeli synagogue with Rabbi Tamar. A rabbi who came to us to the parish where I served. I served the Hebrew-speaking Catholic community, and she came. It was her initiative, completely 100%. And we started doing two things together. Interfaith charity, Gimlut Hasadim. This was wonderful. And this we did it Muslim, Jews and Christians. Interfaith, so we collected, things, dresses, and we gave to the poor. Without asking if they are Muslim, Christian, to the needy. So this was one of the activities, and it's wonderful when you serve together. You forget who is who. So we serve together. And this builds really friendships. And the other activity, we did it only between Jews and Christians. We started studying sections of the Torah together, taking one text from the Torah, commentaries, rabbinical or other commentaries, the Jewish commentaries of the Torah, and then a text from the New Testament. And all this was built on the fact that we have confidence in one another. We are not there to convince, we are there to learn together. And this is a wonderful experience, really, because we read the same text with completely different views and we see different things, so it opens horizons to everybody. I went to Nazareth 4 years ago, and the experience is very much different than Nazareth. It's very different. Nazareth is, first of all, is Arab 100%. So there are no Jews and there are no Druze. It's only Sunni, Muslim, and all Christian denominations. So interfaith in Nazareth is first of all social, because there is business. So people work together, but it's not like nothing to do with interfaith. It's simply business. And also we have many Jews who used to come before the war, who used to come on Saturday, on Shabbat. They came to visit, they came to take hummus or whatever, to sit with this. Or they come also for the feasts, for Christmas, when there is Christmas market. Instead of traveling to Cyprus or to Europe in order to see what is Christmas, they come to Nazareth, so they see all the trees and all this kind of thing. So, and we have nice discussions, but it is not really interfaith. Interfaith is something different. So, in Galilee there are many interreligious groups. And generally in the north, in Galilee, it is always all religions. I mean, you need to have a Jew, one or two Jews, one or two Muslim, Druze, and Christians. And for Christians it's more complicated because there are Orthodox and Catholic and Anglican and so on. So sometimes they one or two representatives, sometimes they care for having one more participant and so on. What do we talk about? It's very different. It's very different from the interfaith activities I used to have in Jerusalem. In general, because it's very different when you are Jews and Christians alone and when you are with the other religions. Because when you are only Jews and Christians, we can take the text of the Bible, and this is our text, even though each one sees differently. But we can take text. When we are with Muslim and Druze, it's very different. So generally, we choose topics, and we speak about those topics. Each one explaining how the practices, how they do, sometimes problems, and so on. The circle of those engaged in interreligious dialogue remains very small in general. And my experience is that very easily we fall in a kind of apologetic discourse. Okay, so because everyone fears being attacked by the others. Okay, so when we say the Muslims do this or the Jews, so always presenting things in a very positive way, which doesn't really coincide always with reality. I mean, on all sides, I'm not speaking about only Muslim, it can be Jews, it can be Christian. Okay, so each one, it's very apologetic. I didn't feel it when we were together in Jerusalem. When we studied with Rabbi Tamar, who came and with their group, their synagogue, who studied with our parish, I never felt that it was apologetic. We were speaking about things. When there were problems, we said, this is difficult for us, and the others told the same, and it was really open and so on. So in Galilee, I have this feeling, I don't know how to deal with it, but it's sometimes apologetic. And as I said, the circle of those engaged in interreligious dialogue is very small and is not renewed so much. It's rare that we find somebody who comes for the first time. It's like, wow, we have some new member. There are many institutes in Galilee and in Israel who are interested in these things. Jonathan Post left, there is Karma, the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, the university, Tel Aviv University, once they organized a program 2 years ago, they chose people, I was one of those who were invited. We went to Frankfurt during the war in order to think together about the situation and so on, which is quite rare, very, very, very interesting. So there are many things in Haifa, Oranim College, we speak about it, and other places where there are Open University, Elijah Interfaith, I don't know. I mean, we could also, the hotline is another way. So there are many, many activities, but once again, you feel that it is a limited number of people. So I will finish with this. My question is really what could we do in order to open this to people who are not at all interested in interreligious. And I think that I spoke about two levels at the beginning, the social level and the religious level. I think that the social level is very often a real obstacle. Many of our people, the Arabs, if I invite them, they are blocked, they will not come. They say, you see all the violence we have, the government doesn't do anything. Why should I go and tell stories to Muslim or Jews or whatever? So there is this kind of problems, and I hope one day we will progress on it. Thank you.
This session is a bit different, if you notice, because each speaker will present their experience with the open interfaith, and then we will engage in discussion and we'll be able to probe better, deeper to the things that you raise here. I will now introduce Franco Shapiro, who is a member of the Academic College, and Franco Shapiro received her PhD in Religious Studies in 2000 from McMaster University, Canada, and began years at the University. She developed a specialization in teaching about Judaism to Christians in institutions such as Tantur, Homo, and the Swedish Theological Institute. No, I'm sorry, I've skipped to the wrong page. I tried to have gender equality here. Almost was a fusion of two women. When did you notice that things are going wrong? Give me hints where you are. Her career as a professor of religion and culture at Wilfrid Laurier University. Am I the right person? Thank you. Where she taught for 13 years. In 2006, her first book won a National Jewish Book Award, and in 2008, she immigrated to Israel with her family. Her second book, Christian Zionism, Navigating the Jewish-Christian Border, shows how the Christian Zionism movement engages basic questions of identity and borders between Judaism and Christianity. And her third book is a collected volume on Catholic approaches to the people, land, and state of Israel. Franco Shapiro has been active in Jewish-Christian relations in North America and in Israel. She was the founding director of the Israel Center for Jewish-Christian Relations, teaching internationally and working at the University of Jerusalem, supporting others in their researches. Thank you, and excuse me for the mishap.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I may have misunderstood the assignment, which is funny because I gave out the assignments. But we've been asked to speak about the challenges and possibilities of doing Jewish-Christian relations in this place at this time. And when one of my kids asked me, well, what are you going to speak about? And I explained it to her. She says, so you're telling me that at a conference where everybody is going to be speaking for 2 days, what you're going to say is, please stop speaking so much? Like, that's going to make you very popular. So, for me, there's a very strong sense of before and after. when it comes to Jewish-Christian relations. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable about being here on this panel today because unlike my esteemed colleagues and many of my friends in this room, all of them far more courageous and made of sturdier stuff than I, my response to the events of October 7th and the war that followed was by and large to take a large step back from the dialogue, to withdraw. So this little presentation is really an effort to make some sense of that decision, and we might say turn a weakness into a virtue. Jewish-Christian relations is essentially a constructive undertaking at its best. It is an effort to build something together, a relationship, a better society, a deeper understanding of each other's histories, anxieties, and hopes. We actively do things together. We study texts side by side. We work together against anti-Semitism and racism. We speak out when the other is misrepresented or attacked. We argue with each other. Jewish-Christian relations is active, constructive, and forward-looking. It deliberately aims to build a better future, one grounded in a narrative arc that rests on the profoundly constructive and very hopeful vision of Nostra Aetate. It extends into the concrete work of solidarity and shared ethical responsibility today. Yet, in recent years, post-October 7th, Jewish-Christian relations have been shaken in ways that we could not have anticipated. The brutal attacks of that day and the devastating war that followed have produced profound trauma, Jewish and Palestinian, Israeli and Gazan. For many, language itself feels inadequate, shattering under the weight of grief, fear, anger, and loss. At the same time, our words in and around the Jewish-Christian relationship have been conscripted by competing ideologies, sometimes with our consent and sometimes without it. Language itself has become precarious. I've instructed my younger children not to repeat at school anything I say at home about the situation, fully aware of how a single sentence, overheard, misinterpreted, can carry some real consequences. Those of us who always insisted that Jewish-Christian dialogue should not require a particular political stance were a minority before October 7th. And after, since, this position has become nearly impossible. Increasingly, the only good Christians that many Jews are willing to engage with are those that are loudly pro-Israel and ready to actively prioritize and privilege a fight against anti-Semitism. And the only good Jews that many Christians want to engage are those who keep all eyes on Gaza and are willing to condemn Israel's actions in uncompromising public terms. The result was probably predictable. I began receiving hateful mail from people, Jews and Christians, I should emphasize, on the political right, who accused me of being naive, disloyal, or dangerously sympathetic because I continued speaking openly with Palestinian friends. But at the same time, some of my Christian friends on the political left looked at me with suspicion because I was not prepared to use words like genocide as readily as they felt that I should. The pressure from both sides was exhausting, not because disagreement is unwelcome, but because the terms of debate have become a political litmus test, rather than invitations to genuine conversation. Faced with this, I found myself slowly withdrawing from the public arena, not, I hope, out of apathy, but out of the sense that our shared vocabulary had become so weaponized, so brittle, that speaking at all risked doing harm rather than good. So thinking about how to prepare for today, I asked myself to imagine a moment of Jewish-Christian relationship post-October 7th, something that really stood out for me as truthful in recent years. And by truthful, I mean accurate, appropriate and faithful to my own religious commitment. And it was a long night walk early in the war with a friend that I've been arguing with for years. This night was no different. We sat down and tried to argue. After all, that's what we do. But it turned out that the best Jewish-Christian relations that I've done since October 7th was when we found that we couldn't argue anymore. It was an hour of shared silence, Jew and Christian walking together, holding a grief that language could only distort and dishonor. So, out of such a moment, I want to suggest that perhaps, at least for now, an apophatic approach to Jewish-Christian relations, a theology grounded in humility, in the limits of what we can say, might be uniquely appropriate to our time today. Apophatic theology in both Jewish and Christian traditions begins with the foundational acknowledgement that God exceeds our words, our systems, our doctrines. There are times when human speech is not only insufficient, but dangerous. Times when speech, and particularly theological speech, can more easily wound than heal. October 7th and the war that followed was just such a moment. For Jews, the horror of that day reopened generational wounds, the vulnerability of being a minority people, the memory of the Shoah, the fear of annihilation. For Palestinians, the months that followed brought terrible suffering in Gaza, deepening a long-standing sense of dispossession and despair. In both communities, parents have been burying children, and we find ourselves unable to speak in the ways we once could. So can anything positive or productive be found in this for Jewish-Christian relations? Apophatic theology honors the silence. It teaches us to resist quick answers, especially those that presume to interpret another people's trauma, or to speak for God in the face of mass suffering. Historically, Christians have often explained Jewish suffering as punishment, as divine pedagogy, or as a stage in salvation history. Christians and Muslims in Israel-Palestine are living through their own sufferings as our national culture becomes increasingly brutal and hostile toward religious and ethnic minorities. Jewish-Christian relations in Israel requires a recognition that simple moral narratives do not do justice to the complexities of this place, and that theological humility is necessary, coupled with a deep sensitivity to the lived realities of both peoples. An apophatic posture helps us to avoid the temptation to flatten those realities. It helps us to avoid that temptation to jump in and offer solutions. Theological and dialogical humility does not mean, should not mean, moral paralysis. It does not mean silence about injustice, nor does it mean ignoring suffering. Rather, an apophatic approach creates a space for reverent listening and for accompaniment. It nurtures a form of solidarity based on loss, on absence, on silence, rather than one based on explanation, action, and building together. In this moment of deep fracture, perhaps what our region needs most is not another confident, forward-thinking, constructive engagement, but a deeper, quieter, shared acknowledgement of mystery. The mystery that is mankind, the mystery of God's presence in suffering, the mystery of friendship, the mystery of hope. An apophatic approach may not tell us what programs or projects to build next, what to write about, or what to teach. It would certainly make for a very dull conference, but it might help to show us a way to walk together for a while, through the fire, in humility and gentleness.
Someone came over to me to say, I don't think I have much to say for this panel. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce our third speaker, Bishop Dr. Ben-Johanan. Ben-Johanan was born in Jerusalem from a Palestinian refugee's parents He studied at the Lutheran schools, both in Jerusalem and in Pizzaballa. He studied further diaconia in Luther College in Finland and got his master's degree from Helsinki University. He also made research at the Lutheran School of Technology in Chicago. He served in various capacities in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Jordan and in the Holy Land. He was elected as bishop in 1998. Bishop Ben-Johanan has served in the MECC Fellowship of the sorry, I'm jumping here again on page, sorry. Middle East, thank you. As president of the FMEEC, he played a major role to get a unanimous vote for the ordination of women in evangelical churches in the Middle East. He was elected as the first Arab-Palestinian Christian to be the president of the Lutheran World Federation in 2010 to 2017. In his tenure, the gender justice policy of the LWF was unanimously accepted. Pope Francis and himself signed the historical reconciliation between the Catholic and the Lutheran churches in the co-hosted joint worship on the commemoration of the 500 years of the Reformation in Lund Cathedral in Sweden. He's a member of Interfaith Dialogue and serves now as one of the presidents of the Religions for Peace International. He's also the president of Al-Iqah Center for Religious and Heritage Studies in Bethlehem. He's well known locally, regionally, and internationally for promoting and advocating for gender justice, and he pushes his church to accept the gender justice-based constitution on family issue. All that is in your very incredible career. He's known for advocating for Jerusalem and for the Palestinian right of determination. We could have gone on and on and on, but I do want to say now it is a great privilege to hear from you. What is interfaith globally?
I will start. The Lord be with you. You know, by the way, I'm not the only one who misunderstood. I also misunderstood. And I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers, the Hebrew University and Notre Dame University, for inviting me to address you on 60 years of Nostra Aetate as an Arab-Palestinian Christian evangelical Lutheran. So, what makes Nostra Aetate so monumental is revolutionary, is that it calls Christians to an attitude toward other religions that they simply never had before. Never had the official teaching body of the Roman Catholic Church, the magisterium, issued a pronouncement that was so positive, so stunningly different in what it said about other religious traditions. So writes the Roman Catholic professor Paul Nitter. Thus, Nostra Aetate contributes broadly to the understanding of religion and human nature. It became apparent that the Roman Catholic theology of religions is grounded in an understanding of the unity of humankind. This unity is a result of God's providence and a result of humankind's search for the truth. Nostra Aetate brought the Western churches to the shocking realization that Western culture and religious environment do not hold a monopoly on morality and spiritual superiority. It emphasizes the unity of humankind as the result of God's creation, His providence and His goal. The role of the existence of nations in history cannot be ignored. Thus, the document moves from an individualistic approach to a collective perspective. This collective perspective is related to the unity of humankind. Nostra Aetate created a culture of interfaith dialogue. Dialogue is a method and means of mutual knowledge and enrichment in which a witness is given and received for mutual advancement. In dialogue, Christians must allow ourselves to be questioned and corrected, since other religions constitute a positive challenge to the church. And in dialogue, all sides must be ready to change their minds, and even the religious identities for the decision may be made to leave one's previous spiritual or religious situation in order to direct oneself toward another. The journey of interreligious dialogue needs to take into account these aspects. The identity of the person who is dialoguing, that one cannot talk out of ambiguity, that each must pay attention to the other, and those who pray and think differently from me are not my enemy, and that the intentions of each must be sincere. In Laudato Si, number 1, Pope Francis exhorts us, the majority living in our planet professes to be believers. This should spur religions to dialogue among themselves for the sake of protecting nature, defending the poor, and building networks of respect and fraternity. Professor Hans King succinctly summarized it. We have no chance for survival without the word ethos. There is no world peace without religious peace. And there is no religious peace without dialogue among religions, which requires mutual study of each other's value. I will argue, Nostra Aetate is a religious bridge between East and West. The initial idea of Nostra Aetate was to create a document addressing the relationship of the Catholic Church and the Jewish people, especially the Shoah. The development of the document bears traces of the encounter between Cardinal named by Pope John the 23rd to head the Secretariat for Promoting Christian Unity, and Maximus IV Sire, the Greek Catholic Patriarch. Father Dr. David Neuhaus writes that the contemporary dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Jewish people bears the mark of their perspectives. The Church began to formulate a position affirming both dialogue with the Jews and awareness of the tragic fate of Palestinians. Patriarch Maximus IV saw the necessity of publishing a document that would signal a new relationship with the Jewish people and to assure the Arabs this was not our approval of Israeli political aspirations in the Middle East. Again, Father Neuhaus adds, however, Maximus IV insisted that a strict distinction be made between Jews and the State of Israel, which must be treated according to the same criteria that govern the relations between church and civil societies, without any privilege or special consideration on the part of the church. Furthermore, he proposed a similar decree be prepared relative to Islam and other monotheistic religions. In August 1962, the Greek Catholic Synod published a manifesto that affirmed that faith in Christ dictated that Christians were not to bear hatred or grudges against anyone. However, justice, humanity, and patriotism make it an obligation for them to stand by their brothers, the Arabs in Palestine, acknowledging their right to return to what is their land and the land of their ancestors. The many years dialogue of Augustine Beer and his European and North American collaborators and Maximus IV and his Middle East colleagues conducted a formative conversation that transformed the Jewish document into Nostra Aetate. All efforts have aimed first to avoid, so far as possible, less exact interpretation of Catholic doctrine in the proposed schema, and secondly, to assure the clear expression of the exclusively religious nature of the schema, so as to close off an opening to any political interpretation. The long process in which the Arab bishops came to accept a document what spoke of Judaism among religions, and the Western bishops came to listen to the concerns in the Middle East, came to a peak with the promulgation of the declaration known as Nostra Aetate on October 28, 1965. Nostra Aetate has helped create a culture of dialogue in the whole world. As a former president of the Lutheran Federation, I also want to affirm that Nostra Aetate has informed a shift in Lutheran-Jewish relations and in Lutheran-Muslim relations. The Lutheran Federation represents 150 churches worldwide, including over 80 million members, we have distanced ourselves, repudiating Luther's writings against the Jews. The writings of Martin Luther against the Jews or against the Turks, that means Muslims, should never ever serve as a source for teaching hatred or prejudice against either Jews or Muslims, nor against any religion. LWF has a constructive interfaith dialogue with both the Jewish community worldwide and the Muslim world. It's worth mentioning that Pope John Paul II, in preparing for the second millennium Jubilee, apologized on behalf of those members of the Catholic Church that caused harm to the Jewish people. I would like also to say that we have also developed in Sabine Center, this is where we stand, a Sabine reflection on anti-Semitism, a Palestinian point of view on anti-Semitism, which is worth reading, which gives a different understanding than IHRA, what they are presenting. In 2007, the Commonwealth was sent by key leaders in the Middle East to all Christian leaders in the world, asking them to subscribe to the core values of religion, both Islam and Christianity, in loving God and loving your neighbor. The response was outstanding. Pope Francis was the first pope to visit many countries in the Arab and Muslim world. On March 31st, 2019, Pope Francis and King Mohammed VI of Morocco signed a document on Jerusalem that emphasized that Jerusalem is holy for the three monotheistic religions, namely Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Pope Francis and Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Imam Ahmad al-Tayyib, signed a document on human fraternity in Abu Dhabi in 2022. These efforts and others show that there is a positive energy in interfaith locally, regionally, and internationally. I agree with Fadra that today in this country, maybe we have to walk quietly and maybe repent, all of us, for what's going on. I think you know there is disappointment on both sides. Our disappointment as Palestinians is that many of our old dialogue partners, Jewish partners, Israeli Jewish partners, and rabbis never said the war should stop. And that is really a big disappointment for us. Had we heard it, dialogue could have continued. This is one of the things that I must be very transparent and clear in what I am saying. I would also say that Nostra Aetate has emphasized the common values of respect for the unity of humanity. I would also say that today it's not only Gaza in turmoil. Instead, we must recognize that the whole world is in turmoil. We live in a world that respects neither the international law, international rule of law, nor any values. It's chaotic. How can we live together, whereas the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim leaders to lead us from this chaosm to values, a world of values? This is what we are missing today in our world. It's a world, not worth to give to our children. As a result of interfaith dialogue, I would say interfaith dialogue must always be prophetic today, more than ever. It speaks about the values, the unity of humanity that Nostra Aetate emphasizes. Need religious leaders who are not parrots of their government policies, but who are ready to establish the common values of our different religions. We are called to promote values, including the sanctity of every human being, regardless of gender, ethnicity, political, and religious affiliations. God granted equal humanity and dignity to Jews, Christians, Muslims, Palestinians, Israelis, and all other nationalities. This is ignored. Religious leaders must promote these common values of justice, living together, harmony, combating religious and political extremism, freedom of religion and worship, human rights, gender justice, and respecting the diverse religious tradition. This is the ongoing challenge of Nostra Aetate to all of us. God bless you.
Thank you, and thank you for emphasizing the words and the role session is called Interfaith Local Interfaith. It's a big question whether interfaith is always dialogue. What other ways are there to express interfaith action? As we said, either with words or without words. Is it always about words? But we will get to that as well. I'd like to introduce the fourth speaker, Dr. Deborah Weissman was born in New York and moved to Jerusalem in 1972. She has studied Jewish education, and she took her PhD from Jewish education in Hebrew University in Jerusalem. She is a prize-winning Jewish educator. She was the director of the Teacher Training Institute for Israeli high school teachers. Prior to that, she worked for 12 years at the Hebrew University. She developed specialization in teaching about Judaism to Christians in institutions such as Tantur, Eke Homo, and Swedish Theological Institute. There she is. Debbie served as co-chair of the Interreligious Coordinating Council in Israel, as well as the president of the International Council of Christians and Jews. In recognition of her service, through 2 terms of the ICCJ presidency, the organization awarded her the Interfaith Gold Medallion, Peace Through Dialogue. In 2014, she also received an honorary doctorate from the Hebrew Union College in Jerusalem. She has served as a consultant to the ICCJ and is now on and is a member of its theology committee. Please, Deborah.
First of all, thank you to the organizers and sponsors of this very stimulating conference, and to be the last speaker in a day where we've heard so many great presentations is quite challenging, and therefore this is going to be very short, because I'm calling it Reflections on the Impact of Nostra Aetate on Israeli Life. So I can basically sit down. But I am going to begin with something that's a personal story, and the only reason I'm telling it is because I had an interesting conversation with Tzvi earlier. I think I told you this story. But anyway. In 1988, I was privileged to attend a conference in Toronto, which ended up being a life-changing experience for me. The World Council of Churches brought together women from 9 different religions for almost a whole week of dialogue, prayer, ritual, study, eating together. It was really very amazing. But the first day, we spent the entire morning introducing ourselves. And each woman was given maybe 2 minutes. So I introduced myself as a religious Zionist who believes that the best fulfillment of Zionism will be when there is a Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel. I still believe that, and I could still use that introduction. During the Second Vatican Council, most Israelis were preoccupied with other issues. The state of Israel itself was still very young. In 1962, it was only 15 years old. 14, actually. I'm not so good at math. The key challenges were, as always, defense, but also nation building through absorption of mass immigration. Almost concurrent with the Second Vatican Council was the trial of Adolf Eichmann, a source of fascination for the Israeli public, which served to reinforce the feelings of isolation of the Jewish people from the rest of the world, and its heritage of persecution at the hands of people self-identified as Christians. The only major Israeli official to be deeply concerned with the council and with the work that later emerged as Nostra Aetate was Maris Fisher, the fledgling state's ambassador to Italy. Few of his colleagues in the Israeli foreign ministry even knew or cared much about Christianity. Fisher was involved with the work of the council but died in 1965, several months before the so-called Jewish document finally came out. Meanwhile, in the Arab world, there was general uneasiness about the projected document. Arab Christians felt threatened, fearing that more openness on the part of the church vis-a-vis the Jewish people would have negative political ramifications for them in their home countries. Not having directly lived through the Shoah, they saw Jews not as victims, but before 67 as representatives of an enemy state, after 67 as an occupying power. The embrace of Nostra Aetate by the official bodies of the American Jewish community served to further distance the Israeli establishment from the document. It was perceived as a subject for diaspora Jews. American Jews were perceived by the Israelis as, I'll use a Hebrew word here, shtadlanim, which would mean sort of Jewish lobbyists who represented their communities before the non-Jewish authorities, going out of their way to celebrate a victory which to the Israelis was really just a very partial improvement, reminding some Israelis of the fawning attitudes that allegedly had characterized in history the relations between Jews in the diaspora and some of their non-Jewish rulers. Now, I'm going to briefly mention three factors that explain the relative lack of influence of this important development in Israel. The first one is Israel's anomalous situation of majority-minority relations. Throughout the diaspora, Jewish communities are small and often tiny minorities within the larger society. The largest diaspora community in the US is, by the most liberal estimates, about 2 or 3% of the total population. If you allow for non-Jews living in households with Jews, then it goes up a little bit higher, but not very high. In the next largest diaspora community, France, the Jews comprise less than 1% of the total. Thus, the state of Israel, in which about 74 or 75% are Jews, is truly anomalous on the world Jewish scene. Diaspora Jews today generally live as a minority among Christians and post-Christians. In some periods of Jewish history, many Jews lived in predominantly Muslim settings. In Israel, as we know, the next largest religious group after Jews would be Muslims, about 20%, with Christians of all denominations, plus a small community of Druze making up the rest, and we do now have an even smaller community that should be mentioned of Hindus, Buddhists, and other members of other traditions. I'm going to now quote a man who was mentioned earlier today, Daniel Rossing, quote, the late Daniel Rossing of blessed memory. The frequently overlooked similarities between the Christian communities in Israel and the Jewish people the world over. Today, these communities collectively constitute only about 2% of the population in the land where Christianity was born. They are perhaps the least understood segment of Israeli society, not only by the country's dominant Jewish and Muslim populations, but also, perhaps especially, by the Christian majorities in the West. Israeli Jews frequently perceive the Christian communities as a double majority, affiliated with both the vast Arab world and the vaster Christian world. Likewise, most Muslims in Israel identify the local Christians with the powerful Christian West and almost never see them as an imperiled minority. Rafic was fond of saying that all three groups in Israel, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, share certain qualities of majority existence and certain of minority existence. As we have already seen, the Jews, who are the majority in Israel, are minorities everywhere else. The Christians are majorities in many countries and are the single largest religious group in the world. But in Israel, they're a small minority. In fact, many Israeli Jews and some of the world's Christians seem to be unaware of the existence of Arab or Palestinian Christians. The largest religious minority, Muslims, are a vast majority in the Middle East. Recognition of these shared characteristics, that all of us have the experience of majority and minority in different settings, theoretically could facilitate a fruitful interchange, but it rarely does. Now, a second explanation that I was going to give, although I have to say, since Carmen's amazing presentation this morning, I'm beginning to problematize it in my own mind, and I think that I will just mention what it is that I'm problematizing, and I'll skip it. The problematization of liberal democracy as a sine qua non for interreligious dialogue, and the fact that, as Bishop Moniv, who's been a friend of mine for decades, knows very well that you recently ordained a young female Lutheran pastor. So, is that liberal democracy? Well, my personal opinion, it would be a step in the right direction, but maybe the direction is not crucial. And I do think back to a Jewish religious leader who was a stalwart of Jewish-Muslim dialogue, Rabbi Menachem Froman, also blessed memory, wasn't necessarily, this kind of a liberal thinker that I might identify with. So I think that point I'm going to have to think about some more. I'm coming to my third and final point. From my own experience teaching at places like Etchehomo and Tantur, I can give some personal testimony. Friends often ask me about the kind of questions I get asked. They don't vary so much among the Christian denominations as they do between Christians who come from countries in which there are Jewish communities and those who come from countries that don't have Jewish communities, so that I may in fact be the first Jew they've ever met. And I've had that experience at St. Anne's, where I taught many African Christians. And they had never met a Jew before. Unfortunately, the groups, because of the pandemic and now the war, thank God we seem to be finished with both. But they haven't started coming back again, so I don't know. I hope they can. Anyway, people like that might ask me, are Jews still offering animal sacrifices? This is a completely logical question if the only Jews you know are the ones in Leviticus. The Jews, the Israelites, the Hebrews, we are. But those aren't the only possibilities. The Middle Eastern Christians are in a third category. They live in or near the world's largest Jewish community, and often feel oppressed or at least discriminated by it. That is indeed a different situation and must be approached differently. One of the great tragedies of recent history is the Arab-Israeli conflict, and increasingly the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Assigning major responsibility for the conflict sometimes depends on when you begin the story. 1882, 1929, etc. Although increasingly there are religious overtones to the conflict, it has always been primarily a political territorial conflict between two national movements. And in the midst of such a long and bloody conflict, Arab Christians do not want to hear that they were the perpetrators of the Crusades and the Inquisition, which of course they were not, nor do they feel any guilt for the Holocaust. Since these historical memories inform the provenance of Nostra Aetate, most Arab Christians have felt, and many still feel, alienated from it. Moreover, accusations of supersessionism and even anti-Semitism have a different meaning with regard to the Christian minority in the land. Many of the important questions that are at the heart of Christian-Jewish dialogue in the West seem irrelevant in our part of the world. Today, both the Israelis and the Palestinians see themselves as the victims of the conflict. They seem to be competitors in what I have called a suffering sweepstakes. One of the problems with victimhood is that it prevents the victim from assuming responsibility for his or her actions, including the victimization of others. In the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I believe that both sides are victims and both sides are victimizers. I really think that the least helpful thing people can do, and regrettably many well-meaning people do this, is to portray the situation in terms of a zero-sum game, where if you're Palestinian, you must be anti-Israel and vice versa. I'm going to read one more paragraph and then make two final points. Both from impressionistic evidence and research findings, it would appear that Israeli Jews have not, for the most part, internalized, and then after October 7th, this is obviously kind of an understatement, have not internalized the sense of confidence and security that living in a sovereign Jewish state ought to provide, or ought to have provided. A well-known joke says, just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean they're not out to get you. Even paranoiacs can have real enemies. Jews today in general, and Israelis in particular, can be characterized as paranoiacs who have real enemies. The classical rabbinic text Avot de Rabbi Natan says, "Who is the greatest of all heroes? One who turns an enemy into a friend." An additional problem with paranoia is that it prevents the paranoiac from recognizing his or her friends, or at least potential friends. My two last points, and one is self-critical towards the Jewish people, and not in its entirety, but many Jewish institutions and individuals. Not all criticism is anti-Semitism. I think that we, as a people, as a state, have to be much more attentive to what people say, even when it's very critical, and I'm saying that as a loving critic from within. And also, we have friends and potential friends throughout the world who have been critical, and I would say justifiably so. And I think that the approach of the Jewish people towards the late Pope Francis is an example of this. I think in the initial years of his papacy, Jews were very excited because here was a Pope from the global South who had Jewish friends, certainly Rabbi Skorka, but not only, Pope Francis was a friend of the Buenos Aires Jewish community. And okay, he did slip up occasionally when he used the word Pharisee pejoratively. Okay, nobody's perfect. And then, towards the end of his life, after October 7th, October 8th, he was critical. I think that many Jews really, in my own not so humble opinion, overreacted and saw his criticism as anti-Semitism, and I doubt very much that he was anti-Semitic, but he was critical. And the second point that I want to make, with this I conclude. I believe that Nostra Aetate is a wonderful example of what in Christian terminology is called metanoia, which I think, thank you, from a Jewish point of view would be tshuva. And I think that the Jewish people would do well to study and emulate the kind of metanoia that Nostra Aetate represents. Thank you.
Thank you all the four speakers. I'll take the privilege of being the chairperson to ask 5 minutes to speak a little bit about who I am, what I do in the world of interfaith locally, and we'll head over to the questions and also your involvement with this panel. So first of all, I'll say that I'm the daughter of somebody who was in the bigger circles of the Jewish world when the Nostra Aetate was composed. My father was one of the people who established the Department of Religious Studies in the Hebrew University, Professor Tzvi. In my home, I heard about Johnsonism and Coatism. If any of you understand these words, good for you. But it was pretty much expected that if I am interested in the humanities and if I go on the road to PhD in Christianity, then hence it would be the academic world. This is a very interesting and very deep level academic conference. But you have put this panel here to be a panel of discussion of what we do with what we speak about in academia, in the doctrinal circles down on earth. I was asked what to put as my title. If it was another conference, and probably if it was 4 years ago or 2 years ago, I would say independent scholar. But by now, certainly religious activist, and by now very specifically the hotline director of the Religious Freedom Data Center. What I want to say is that if once I was interested in roundtable discussions, and there were so many of these, and there were so many conferences, and there were so many visit cards of which organization you belong to, I think if Nostra Aetate was saying, okay, go down to a dialogue, after we've explored the doctrinal methods, go to dialogue, for me it is from dialogue to action. Because as you said, Phaedra, it's very difficult nowadays to talk. There are many, many pains around us, but there's one thing that we need to know, and that is that we have to go into action, because we live here together. And if we want to pursue something of an interreligious relationship, it should be by deeds and actions. And what we have seen, and this is something for another conference, to see the sociology of the Jewish people in Israel, Israeli mentality, the supersessionist mentality that has taken over some sectors in Israel, and the general atmosphere of supremacy and monopoly over this land. In reality, the outcome is that the minorities here suffer. And this very tiny minority of Christians is suffering. This is why 3 years ago, with a very generous support of the Open University, then together with Hebrew University and Haifa University, we did a conference with a title which is clearly not academic. And the title of the conference was, Why Do Some Jews Spit on Gentiles? And it was in order to shape the society and to say there is a major problem here. Since then, we opened what is called the hotline, a center which documents as many incidents as we can. We file complaints to the police. We show to the authorities the numbers that indicate that there's a growing phenomenon here that we cannot avoid. And eventually, what is happening is that local interfaith, we are gaining actually a lot of trust from local Christians by proposing this help, which is, you know, my son is an engineer of recycling, and to be an engineer of recycling, that's very important, but if you don't collect garbage, there is no need for recycling and engineers. So what we do actually on the ground is we are the garbage collectors. And we go down, we escort the Christians, this Friday there was a horrible attack on a couple in the old city, and we are now providing them with legal assistance and whatever they will need. So, by saying that we are now in a situation where we have to reassess what is interfaith activity or dialogue. We are talking about the need for dialogue, it's a value, but I would like if you, each and every one of you, first of all, if you want to react to each other's, whatever you said, what do you think is now like a percentage between the need for dialogue, the need for activity, if activity, what kind of activity? So let me open with this question of how do you envisage, how do you look forward to local interfaith something, dialogue/activity. And we can do that by sitting here, and if we have a microphone, we can just pass it from one person to another.
I agree with you, Iska. I think what I said also, my experience of interfaith, local interfaith dialogue, perhaps the most interesting was the common service, when we were in Jerusalem and we collected things and we worked together, we traveled together with Jews and Muslims, and then we sat together, and it was a very different relationship when we do things together. And I don't have ideas, but I mean I don't see how to progress for the moment. For the moment, it is for sure that what happened in the 7th of October blocked many people with a kind of victimization. Each part of the population think we are the victims, we are the victims, you are the victims. So we're not really ready to serve the others. And also many internal problems in the community. I know that the Christian communities have lots of internal problems in our institutions and so on. So not really, we are ready to, I see in Nazareth, we live with Muslims, so they are perhaps ready with some Muslims to do activities. With Jews, it sounds for the moment, I'm very sincere. It's not my opinion. This is what I see around me. They are not ready. They are ready to do something forward. Let's go and visit the mayor or so. Nice discourses, but the will really to serve the Jewish population, I'm really, it's painful for me, but I think they are not open because they have to feel that we are the victims. So we have to work on it.
It's a kind of mentality. We have to change the mentality and explain that we are not the only victims, and then serving the others opens horizons. But it's not so easy.
No, I want to mention something, and in a way I'm disagreeing with Munib. I think, and I'm addressing this mainly to the people who are from abroad or perhaps not aware of what's going on here. You asked where are the rabbis? Well, I know a lot of rabbis who go out at least once a week and sometimes more for the olive harvest and they put themselves at risk in order to protect the Palestinian farmers who were trying to make a living by harvesting their olives. And I think that there are small groups, maybe it's not as many as we'd like, but there are Jews who go and help and work together. And I know that one of the organizations that I support is called Tag Meir, the Illuminating Light, which is a counter to Tag Mechir, price tag, which is a terrible movement of very fanatic Jews who I personally think are perverting Judaism and Zionism and not seeing the humanity of all human beings that we've been talking about.
Yeah, thank you. I think, with rabbis for human rights, we have still contacts, and they are doing an excellent work, you see. And of course, sometimes even they are present as we are present. So, and they are beaten as we are beaten. We know it, and we are very appreciative. But I mean, those who dialogue with us, very few have been outspoken to stop the war. This is what I mean. And I think you know what I mean very well. I mean, always I follow, for example, Rabbi Ron Cornish. He writes even in Times of Israel, he writes in Haaretz, he writes everywhere, in New York Times. Always he is really speaking about these issues in a different way, but there are few. Now, I would like really to come to another point for, what's your name? So, I mean, for your question, I think, Delhi was with us when we started in 1991, a dialogue group which is different than Western or expatriate Christians in this country and Israeli Jews. Because I think we noticed, first of all, Israeli Jews and Palestinian Christians have a different agenda of dialogue than Western Jewish dialogue. That's important. And secondly, we noticed that there was ignorance on both sides of the other. And until this moment, there is ignorance. Who is it? I mean, once, I was traveling with just to give you an example, with my daughter, and the soldier beside me, he told me, a good catch. I told him, it's my daughter. He said, oh, come on, you clergy, you don't marry. I said, come on, it's my daughter. I think, there is ignorance about that. So, we started what we call a Jonah group, where we did not only have intellectual dialogue, because we have to know each other, and we don't know each other, frankly talking. We are ignorant about the other religions, and the other Judaism, let's say. Judaism is ignorant about it, and ignorant about the different faces of Judaism and the different faces of Christianity. So what we have, just to make it short, we also built our relationship on two things, trust and friendship. So what we have done, for example, we visited each other's home. And on Christmas, they came and worshipped with us. And we had, many, on Pesach, we had the evening of Pesach, the Seder evening, I mean, we had with them, and we have learned quite a lot. So these approaches are very important. You see, are very important. At the same time, I really agree with David, you know, on the future of Palestinian Christianity in this country. I think the government here is more interested in expatriate Christians, not in us. And we have noticed that to the Congress there was on the 25th of July a Jew called Dr. Jeremy Levy, who has written a report to the Congress how the government is helping even with all the restriction that Palestinian Christians may immigrate. And this is a very, I hope you can read this report. It's a very dangerous report when we are reading it. Today we are 1% of the total population. And we are afraid, will there be Christians in 20 or 30 years? I'm not really giving you illusions. I think if the Christian community, when heads of churches are criticizing, we find immediately somebody from the government knocking on our doors. Why are you saying this? Why are you not saying this? You are not balanced, you are so on. So we don't have the freedom to work as we want or to live, you know, our faith. And our people are asking us, what are you doing? Why are you not enough strong on doing this and this? The future of Christianity is in danger. If it's at risk, there must be another, you know, kind of politics that helps it. For example, Bethlehem. I mean, Bethlehem, there are no permits, people cannot work because people are living in despair. I mean, many tell me, please help me to get a visa to go to the United States or Australia or Canada or so on. I mean, this is, I'm speaking this out of my pain, of the pain, you know, that Christians are immigrating, and how can we help them to stay? But as Sayyidina Nahra has said, I cannot tell my child, if he tells me I want to immigrate, I cannot tell him stay. That is the danger which we are facing.
I want to say something about... Okay, I do want to ask Maria, because I want to also extend this, to expand this question to the academic world. In these kinds of despair, and sometimes the boundaries are blurred between civil action, human rights activities, and the interfaith world that we are concerned. We may say that there's no interfaith when there are no basic rights of human beings, but still we are here under this umbrella of being concerned with interreligious dialogue. So I'm now going to the academia and I'm asking, can the academia be a place? Because at the moment, Christians and Jews and Muslims and Jews are studying in the academia. Maybe they can do something there. Is there something that can, as you said, Bishop, you said that when you were in university, it came even without pretext. It just happened so. So you make people. So maybe the academia, and I know that you are very much concerned with having students feel at home with Jewish educators and with everybody.
I mean, I think that first of all, I think yes, absolutely, the academia has the potential to be a very powerful piece of the future of better Jewish Christian education. Absolutely. And part of that is because you are so often engaging with young people who are, I mean, we're all over 50 here, you know, it's a chance to actually open up conversations with the next generation and give them opportunities to think through issues. But what it really provides is a safe place to be critical, to ask questions, to use language, to say things that maybe you don't get to say in your own communities because it's too threatening. Academia says there's room for threatening ideas. It encourages threatening ideas. And that can be very fruitful and prodding for this, you know, for this relationship to grow.
Thank you. will say that back many, many years ago, Hebrew University was the only university that put the study of religions as its center. And then Tel Aviv University, and then Haifa University, and nowadays colleges around the country. So there is an interest. Yet I want to ask you, with the growing secularism, and even if Dr. Mayan said that 80% of Israeli Jews believe in God, well, there is also a big world of secular Christians, and I don't know if we can say it about Muslims, but how can we lure them into the questions of relations between religions, even if you are not a devout churchgoer? Do you have that? Do you have any interaction with people who don't really mind religion for the faith, but they mind it because of identity issues? And with that, can we build some kind of interfaith dialogue with just based on I have a Christian identity, I have a Jewish identity, let's speak about what it is to have those identities. We're not happy with this question.
I really believe that religions are not an incentive to violence, but they should unite people. I really believe it. I feel much better when I am with religious people, not that I don't like secular people, because it's more fun when we sit together. But when I speak deeply to other people, I think that, for me at least, the relationship to religious people, you can go much further. I mean, you can speak of essential things in life. For our communities, what I try to do anyway, I know that it's, for instance, after the 7th of October, we couldn't really start telling people, no, come, everything's okay, we will talk to this and that. They cannot. They simply cannot. They won't listen to you. But I think that people are very much, they listen to you. And there is a way when you speak about whatever. I mean, also preaching and teaching, never put violence or hate, but always explain things in a different way. The others are human beings, and we respect, and our religion invites us to do this and that. And I think without doing it, on purpose, as we are talking about this, but you create an atmosphere. I believe very much in this. When I hear sometimes some extreme people preaching, very extremist people preaching, you become nervous simply by listening to them, and you feel that it pushes you to do violence. I think there is a way of talking and relating to people that builds open spirit and relationship and so on.
So when I work with, let's say, American evangelical Christians, this is one of the great asymmetries, right? Evangelical Christians they're on fire, and if you ask them when was the last time they went to a worship service, it was yesterday, and they read their Bible every morning, and they find it very difficult to understand Jews who are like, maybe I went to synagogue 6 months ago, God, and it's very, very difficult for them to understand, to relate. But when I speak to Palestinian Christians, and I'm sorry you as religious leaders will not maybe not like this as much as I do, but it makes perfect sense to them. Like I say, I'm a Christian, I'm a proud Christian. When was the last time I went to church? 6 months ago. And so here we actually have a space in that sort of ethnic connection that the role of ethnicity in our identities as opposed to just a kind of faith commitment. It's really a place that could expand our common ground. So I don't think that this thing that we're calling secularity, which is only so secular, right? It's not very secular compared to American secular, could actually be a place of much deeper engagement than a problem.
Well, I think, when we say also, as you said, also Christians are Western Christians, 80% or 90% are secular. But on Christmas and Easter, they come to church and they want to celebrate, when in Lent they want to practice Lent and so on. Now, can we have, a dialogue, or interfaith dialogue? I think it's possible, because sometimes in interfaith dialogue, you can know yourself better than without an interfaith dialogue. And you start really to identify your identity. Secondly, I think, many times I've experienced with these seculars, when we put the issue of justice on the table, they are more excited to speak with us and really to ask us, what are you doing for justice? How can we help? What does Judaism, what does Islam, what does Christian speak about justice? I think justice is an important, thing. And the second thing, after 7th October, when we discuss with many secular, the sanctity of life, which has been challenged. These are two important things with the secular are ready to speak, but not to speak with them about heaven or hell. They say it doesn't exist. But but speak with them about these issues that are existential for them, sanctity of life and justice.
Yes, so I think this is. So just to sort of finish up that, I would say that nowadays we are all very, very challenged by 2 years of war, but what remains indeed is we live together, we have identities, and we can try to use the concept of dialogue and openness with questioning very directly your identity as a secular Christian or a secular person. Indeed, as you say, certain values. I want to finish off with something that inspired me a lot. When only recently in the Dormition Church, a prize was given called Mount Zion Award. It was given to Karma for her fantastic work in the world of academia. And at the same time, it was given to 4 Muslims, Bedouins, from Rahat, without any academic background, without too much theology. They saved almost 40 survivors from the Novick party on October 7th. And they were awarded the prize, and I think this is also another way to push for dialogue or for some interfaith connection. To speak about inspirational people, inspirational acts of heroism that has to do with the basic things of humanity. Then that person will say that comes from my background in religion, and another person may say it's coming from my just simple human rights ideas. But these things, in the aftermath of 2 years, and we are all post-traumatic, it is now to choose how to continue an interfaith connection. I don't even dare to say too much dialogue, but connection. If anyone in the audience would show its amazing patience and show amazing resilience, if you want to say something or to ask, then please,
Good evening. Thank you so much for your inspiring conversation. I just wanted to say, you keep repeating, Iska, the 2 years, but then you did remind me that we had this conference on the phenomenon of spitting on Christians before the war, and I already, this is something that seems so long ago, because it was so long ago, and yet, this is not just 2 years, this is more than 2 years, and I think that the issue of respecting and the Christian minority, especially in a case like Jerusalem, it encapsulates so much of what is wrong with Israeli society at the moment. And we Israelis, the moderate Israelis, are finding out the hard way. We're learning the hard way. What happens when you do not protect a minority? It comes to you. Now we are threatened by our own government. They come to our doorstep as academics or
in our classrooms, and we are paying the price for not taking care of this minority well enough. So I just wanted to say that this is not just the 2 years, but this is an ongoing abuse. There is a trauma of the 7th of October, but this is also an ongoing abuse of power against everybody who wants to take action, and again, seeing ourselves as a victim sometimes too much. Oh, the government is doing this to us, and then not using the power that we do have to say something when we can.
Okay, these are, well, very difficult words, and I don't want to finish that panel only with that, so I'll ask Father Roman. Would you want to say it from here?
Continuing a little bit your thoughts about that, our interreligious dialogue should bring us to interreligious action. I would like to add my own testimony to what said Monsignor Rafic, these two dimensions, theological, intellectual. When we talk, we sit like here about religion, about our faith, but also this social. So when I was in Jerusalem, I had the privilege and joy to participate in this interfaith Beit Midrash with the Gilat Zion, beautiful to study together, Torah, Psalms, okay? I could also make some activities with them, yes. But now I live in Beersheba, and I make part of the Interfaith initiative in Negev, that from one point, yes, we have these meetings, we sit together, there's a topic, we talk respectfully, friendly, but then we also go outside, okay? And we go to schools, both the teachers, to children, to the Bedouin children, to the youth who prepare themselves to go to the army, the Israeli army, and we give testimony, both. How much important is the faith in God, and we are all religious, okay? I'm Christian, there is Sheikh, there is Rabbi, and about the friendship between us, that we can be together, that religion does not have to divide people, but can unite people. And it's a beautiful experience, a very important experience. And after 7th of October, there was more even touching experience when, as an interfaith group, both from South, I also go with the group from North, we go to the families, console families who lose their relatives during the war. We were in the Martyr Shams, North. We go to the family of Bibas, we go to Rahat, the family. Underlying, we are here as interfaith people who participate in the interfaith dialogue experience, and we together want to bring this consolation. It is very different when you think and you experience this interfaith reality on the field, not on in the road. So I think it's important. I come here from Beersheba for 2 days because I think it's very important what we do here. But we have to be also ready to go out and to experience this interfaith realm with people who does not come for this conference. Again, between children, teachers, or families who lost their relatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your work is so highly appreciated, and we could have gone on with groups that do interreligious work on the field. And it's wonderful, and that's why we think that we should learn so much from the academia. And some of us have to opt out and go either collecting garbage or doing something nicer. So thank you so much to all four panelists. Thank you. And Big Mama, do you want to say final words today?
Very technical words. And thank you very much. This was really great. It's not, okay, tomorrow we're convening in a building called Mandel and not in a building called Rabin, even though they are neighbors. So if you're in Rabin, it's okay, you will see signs and it will lead you to Mandel, but you should notice that there is this problem. I was also asked to tell you that there is a map for those who get lost at the Hebrew University, which is very natural. You can definitely, oh, there you are. Okay, I just texted Massimo, so with your name. So there is a map online in the website of the conference. and you should have it somewhere. Yeah, you have it here, right? So you can also look for the map. And we'll see you tomorrow in the Mandel building, not focus, and something more.
Transportation from Tantur.
8:30. Pickup from Tantur, 8:30 in the morning. Thank you, everybody that held up until now. Katarzyna?
There's a question from people about parking at the Hebrew University. Is it possible?
Probably not. Probably not. There are some parking lots outside the Hebrew University. It's a bit of a hassle, but this is what it is. I'm sorry. Okay, and you can always write an email to us, and we'll be available before the conference. Okay, thanks, and good night, everybody. Thanks for being here. What? And the dinner for participants now in the dining room.